All right, let's call this meeting to order. This is a Doraville City Council meeting being held on November 19th, 2025 at 6 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone that Doraville is proud to be a city of civility. While differences of opinion are natural, let us approach each other with open minds, speak with courtesy, and treat one another with dignity and respect. Respect is the foundation of good governance, and we thank you for upholding this spirit of civility with us. That I'll call the roll. Mayor Geierman, I'm here. Councilmember Henshaw? Here. Councilmember Evans?
Here.
Councilmember Simmons?
Here.
Councilmember Kuntz?
Here.
Councilmember Ray?
Here.
Councilmember Armistead? All right, we have a quorum. I'd like to ask everyone in the room to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Councilmember Simmons, would you like to make a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
Yes, I'd like to approve tonight's meeting agenda with removing item B from the consent agenda and putting it on the meeting agenda for next month.
All right, do we have a second?
I second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, agenda passes. All right, we don't have any proclamations this evening, so we're going to start with public comment. I'd like to ask anyone in the chambers who wishes to speak, come up to the podium. You can have up to 3 minutes to speak. We will have a public hearing for the rezoning later in the meeting too, so you'll have an opportunity to speak at that time for that. But again, for public comment, feel free to come up to the podium. And just state your name and where you live.
Hello, my friends. That's Tim Snyder. I live in Northwoods. I do want to talk about the rezoning, and I will say the same things I think that we've discussed before. Doraville has many needs. That's a fact. This isn't one of them. There's absolutely no need to do these rezoning things. I don't know of anybody that asked for this. There may have been a developer or somebody, but I don't know any resident, certainly in my neighborhood, that asked for this. I think that it was presented by maybe some well-meaning planners who also don't live here, as far as I know, and don't own property in any of these neighborhoods that would be affected. Again, I think, without being too mean, that code enforcement has not been able to take care of what we have now. I can't really see why adding more people, more houses, more headaches would make sense to me. It's just it's a undue burden, unnecessary burden on code enforcement. One of the things I read, we talked about this last time in the comp plan. It says to maintain the character of the traditional single-family residential area. Well, this certainly isn't maintaining that. The residential areas are fine the way they are. There are problems surrounding those areas. So maybe the traffic is bad or whatnot. We can deal with that in other ways. We don't need to rezone the property, which I don't think is really fair to the people that live in these houses. So I do want to also point out that nobody on the Planning Commission was willing to vote on this. It could not get a vote on it. And these are resident homeowners that are unpaid, who sit down and filter through all of this stuff so that you all can have the information given to you. And not one of them would vote on this. Again, the comp plan says preserve and enhance our neighborhoods, preserve property values, using code enforcement. And again, code enforcement, love them all, but failed pretty spectacularly in some places. And it does need to be addressed. I appreciate the 2 extra people in the vehicles. So also, lastly, I want to say that in this comp plan where they talk about Shalford Road, the focus is on the other end. It's up on New Peachtree. It's where the school is. That they talk about we needed to have crosswalks and a traffic signal and stuff like that. one wanted to mess around with some rezoning things, I would do it up on that end possibly. But again, I don't see any need for this. I'm really not sure why we're driven to do this. So thanks. Thank you.
Susan Crawford, Oak Cliff. Changing the subject briefly. These are difficult times for everybody, or most everybody, and maybe particularly for the residents of Doraville. I think by reducing our hours at the library, we're making things harder for them. There are kids who need to do research. You might have parents who have to drive them who work. So they can't go in the evenings, I guess, with the current hours. They can't go on Saturdays. There are also probably many people looking for work. I just think, I believe we have a staff of 4. I'm not sure. But if we do, we could stagger the hours. So there could always be 2 people there at the same time. But, and I understand too that we're in flux with this, but I hope when we get all settled in the temporary location, we can have some evening hours and Saturday hours because we're cutting out the very population who most needs libraries. Thank you.
Ben Crawford, Oak Cliff Estates, Mayor, City Council members. And I've actually disagreed with a remark that was made about code enforcement. So I can stand up here before you and first of all, I'll tell you, I feel like we're in a country that's formed by democratic values on a federal level, state level, county level, and city level. So that being said, on code enforcement within our city is terrible. You could say I'm an expert on code enforcement. I am. And I can tell you the code enforcement in the city is not right. It hasn't been right for a long time. And I challenged the council and mayor to make it right. It needs to be made right for the citizens of this city. It's something you're tasked to do. I've heard remarks like, you know, if I knew how much time had to be put in here, I wouldn't have served on council. Or I've, you know, all that you put into it. Yeah, there's a lot of good things that happen in the city, but there's a lot of attention that had to happen in our communities that's not been there, and it still isn't there. You can say it's a work in progress, but come on. You know, I would have figured that out a long time ago, and it needs to be taken care of. Thank you for your time.
Tom Hart, Gordon Heights. One thing, that election, I had to walk a lot and it kind of wore me out. One thing that was interesting was when you went door to door and talked to these people, particularly in this annexed area, and particularly those that were getting rezoned, out of 200 people, found one person that thought that was a good idea. And that person thought they were going to make a bunch of money. Okay. Nobody else thought that was a good plan. Second of all, the amount of illegal construction in this city is staggering. You could build a 10-story building here and code enforcement would drive right past it. The city doesn't have the structure to deal with all these issues in the city. It doesn't have a building department. It doesn't have a person that would be in charge of that building department. And therefore, you have the grass police driving around and people building, I mean, double the size of their house in their backyard. Nobody does anything. We have duplexes everywhere. I mean, they're everywhere. And it's just totally oblivious to the city management this is going on. So in this annex area, I like to bring up something that may be a little uncomfortable for this city council. is that during this last decade of this comprehensive plan, there were employees of the ARC that were on different committees in the city. More specifically, you had an attorney from the ARC actually working with the government. Now, I know this because in going around and talking to people, I came across a treasure trove of email traffic between the ARC employees and employees of the city of Doraville. And I think that we need to turn that over to the Attorney General's office of the state of Georgia to investigate this decade-long corruption going on between the ARC and the city of Doraville. I think tonight's zoning is based on a comprehensive plan map that's non-existent. There's areas of Northwoods, doesn't say that in the comprehensive plan map, says nothing about it. On Beaufort Highway, that was rezoned because it, quote, had to match the other side of the road. That wasn't in the comprehensive plan map. This whole thing is phony, baloney. And if you knowingly do this, it changes it from a misdemeanor to actually a felony. So if you want to crawl in bed with this nonsense, I think the Attorney General needs to go through and look at these emails, look at the traffic between these employees, and see what's going on here. Thank you.
Mayor and council. My name is Larry Franks. My sister and I own a home on Winter Chapel Road, just down from Homeland Drive. And this has been the family home for 50 years. I mean, we grew up there, you know, and then, you know, we still meet there on holidays, you know, for gatherings. And she's on a fixed income and she can't really afford to leave. And I mean, if we get fair market value for the house, you know, there's no way she can replace that house for that. And if you look at the progress around from Chamblee to Suwanee, you know, all the major improvements have been along the major roads like Peachtree Industrial or Beaufort Highway. So I just urge you guys, whoever's in favor of this, just to reconsider, because one person's progress is ruining someone else's life. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the chambers? I see a hand raised on Zoom. Mary, you can unmute and speak when you get a chance.
Okay, I should be unmuted now.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, Council One, thank you for pushing the city sponsorship to next month's agenda so it can be further discussed. I did reach out to many of you. Mary French, Northwoods, District 2. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for over 25 years and continually see funding go to large organizations. And in doing research on the organizations that submitted, those that were supposed to get the city sponsorship all have $100,000 to $400,000 plus budgets. And the sponsorship, the small portion where many of the others that either went to in kind or did not receive anything, are more grassroots, local, Doraville citizen, volunteer-run organizations that show up at all of the city events, do everything we can to support each other in the city of Doraville in all of its activities. And so I just wanted to thank you for pushing us forward to have a little bit more discussion on it. And yes, I am the volunteer executive director of DART. So some of this is with that hat on, but most of it is for all of the nonprofit organizations, the small ones that work hard, and we all know each other very well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was the only hand that was raised. So we're going to close public comment. And are there any comments from the council to any of those? All right. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the change made during the original meeting agenda approval.
Do you have a second?
Well, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now to the city initiated rezoning, Z 2504.
All right. Here we are at the end. So this presentation will be much shorter. Still have most of the other slides tucked away, but just for time, since we've seen these a couple of times. So Z 2504, this is a city initiated rezoning for 3 different corridors. Uh-oh. I can just keep going. 3 different corridors in the city, Oak Cliff Road. I can just try it this way, Isabel, if you want. Oak Cliff Road, Winters Chapel Road, and Shallowford Road in 3 different areas of the city. So the proposal is to, yeah, just close that and I'll do it this way, or it'll disappear. That's great. 3 different areas in the city, proposing to rezone these mostly residential properties from R1, which is a detached single family, to T4, which is transect 4. And let's see if this works. Cool. All right, and so here's the schedule that we've been following. Here at the end, this is again, for one last time, the schedule that's dictated by House Bill 14, the language introduced by House Bill 1405 for city-initiated rezoning. So we had the initial public hearings back in July. Then we took a brief hiatus as per the law, brought it back to the Planning Commission at the beginning of October, yourselves for a first read last month, and then now for a second read here in November. And this will be, is required to be a public hearing as well. All right, so 3 focus areas I mentioned: Oak Cliff Road, Winters Chapel Road, and Shallowford Road. Just some snapshots of the current zoning in all 3 areas. As I said, most of the properties are zoned R1. There are a few properties on Oak Cliff Road that are in the areas that was recently, and part of the area that was recently annexed that are zoned OI as well, but the rest of the properties are zoned R1. This is the building height in the both existing and the proposed zoning. So R1 and R2, or sorry, R1 and T3 are 3 stories. T4 is normally 4 stories, but of course I have the asterisk here. Y'all adopted a text amendment last month that limits the height when these properties are abutting R1 to 3 stories as well, just to make that clear. So 3 stories when abutting R1, 4 stories everywhere else. Similar to here, these are the design standards, the comparison between R1, T3, and T4. R1 and T3 are largely the same. T4 is obviously a little bit more intense and allows, would typically allow more building height, more units per acre, and things like that. And again, just noting that some of these did change last month per the text amendment. And then the comparison of uses, which is where the biggest changes come into effect, in my opinion, is R1 and T3 are mostly single family and duplex, whereas T4 allows single family duplex as well as small multifamily buildings and a little bit more commercial uses as well. All right, and then the recommendations, staff are recommending approval. As was alluded to earlier, Planning Commission did not provide a recommendation. They did 4 different motions, none of which were able to succeed to a vote. So that's it. That's all I have. And let me know if you have any questions.
All right. Well, this is a public hearing. I know some folks in the audience did speak, but you have an opportunity to speak again. We'll start with anyone wishing to speak out against this item. You can have up to 3 minutes to speak. So come up to the podium, state your name, where you live, and again, we'll give 3 minutes per person. If we don't make it to 10 minutes, someone can go back and do seconds, but we'll start with 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mary Ackerman. I live on Green Oak Drive. Our neighborhood is a very typical, there's acres and acres and miles of homes like these all over Metro Atlanta. As you know, the entire suburbs of Atlanta are houses like the ones in Oak Cliff Estates. And a lot of these neighborhoods are adjacent or nearby to big highways like Buford Highway that are industrialized and have lots of little businesses on them and tiny strip malls and larger areas and so on. So this is a real typical way that America has developed and that Georgia has developed. And a neighborhood like ours, it sinks or swims on some little tiny decisions like this. It can turn it one way or the other. I mean, something that you think, well, construction, that's not bad, but it can really dramatically impact. If it impacts my house, which is right behind Oak Cliff, if it impacts Green Oak Drive, it impacts that whole part of the subdivision. And it can just turn it to where it suddenly goes a little higher percentage of rentals, over rented to too many people. A noise issue will happen. We have had a noise issue. I was speaking with someone else, Susan here. She was telling me they had called the police at 2:00 in the morning about this insistent bass, pounding music coming from somewhere on Oak Cliff. Well, and that they didn't do anything. So when you hear about code not being enforced, who's to say what will be built there? You may not be on the city council when somebody builds something that violates the code you're trying to put in and nobody enforces it. You may not be there when noise and activities that are a little less than what you want start happening slightly more frequently. And the neighborhood just tips, and the perception of it by the people who live there, and they're trying to get out. They're selling their houses for cheap because they are desperate to get out. I don't want to be one of those people. I can't afford it. You see, I'm an older person. I need the value of my house to be available to me. If I ever decide to sell, and me and my husband are trying to age in place and enjoy the neighborhood. I've never felt unsafe there. I've never had my house broken in. You hear things. No place is perfectly safe. People experience things, but on the whole, what I see in the neighborhood is it really hasn't changed much since when I moved in 1990. This is it. This is the tipping point. If we put up a bunch of affordable housing, am I done? Okay. I'm all for affordable, but it could really tip the wrong way. Please, please think.
Tim Snyder, Northwoods. One of the things that I didn't mention before was we're also talking about if we're adding duplexes, triplexes, apartment buildings, you have this impervious. I think if they put the chart up, it could cover up to 70% as opposed to 30% coverage. So that's a little bit of a concern for me. And also, again, I will complain about the pictures that we show, what's allowed. So a 3-story building is allowed, and Carrie and I have talked about this. We want to kind of address this. It doesn't make sense to live in Northwoods, where most all of the houses are 12 feet tall, single family ranches, to allow a house to be built next door that would be 3 times taller than my house. That's not the intent of the neighborhood. It ruins many things, obviously. I think maybe we might need to address that, because if I had a split level house, it was already taller, a 35-foot house next to that wouldn't be much of anything. But I would have a real problem if on my street, on either side of me or behind me, someone built a house that was 3 times taller than my house. So we need to kind of consider that. And I think, Chris, you're down at the end and it's not that much of a bother. So you could have a taller house. I get it. But what if you built that next to me? That would not be right, and certainly wouldn't be the intent of the neighborhood. So think about the impervious surfaces, and we might need to look into putting house height limits in neighborhoods that are equal to what's in that neighborhood.
Tom, you getting up?
This is like complaining to your tormentors, okay? Knowing full well they're going to vote for it no matter what we do. So I think to resolve this situation, if you do vote on it, I think there's enough votes in the city to recall the council and the mayor, because maybe that's the only thing that you respond to. The only thing the city of Doraville responds to almost always is somebody sues the city. And of course, city 85% of the time loses a lawsuit. So if you want to know what happens, it's called a cancer. It's like skin cancer in the city when you start rezoning these places around the neighborhoods. If you want to see what happens, look at McClave where it comes out and all these buildings right next to it. They meet the requirements, but they damage the neighborhood. And went around and talked to people, they said, well, why don't the city do something about Beaufort Highway before they go wandering around in the neighborhood with this zoning? And one of the owners of these places on Beaufort Highway for decades has wanted to do exactly what you're talking about. They wanted to encroach on the neighborhood. He even built a shopping center on R1 property, didn't even bother to get it rezoned. So if the city wants to do something for the citizens here in the R1 neighborhoods, why don't you clean up Beaufort Highway first? Second of all, knowing this problem with the ARC and this comp plan and going ahead with this is going to be a problem. Thank you.
Susan?
Susan Crawford, Oak Cliff. I'm going to try to not go way over my time this time. In Oak Cliff, the house values are not in sync with surrounding cities or even really in surrounding neighborhoods. And it's not just how much can I get from my house when I sell it, if I sell it. It's indicative of how habitable the area is. So, you know, it could be a little tiny antique kind of house, but if the area is nice, it's going to be worth, you know, much more than a very nice house or a moderately nice house in a neighborhood that isn't safe. And by safe, I don't mean just drive-by shootings. I mean, you know, how safe is it? How livable is it? We have tankers that are very dangerous, and they're still zooming up and down Oak Cliff Road. We have noise that keeps people awake until after 4 a.m. And I feel terrible calling the police. I'm not a police caller, but I do because the bum, bum, bum is like torture and I can't sleep no matter what I have on to drown it out. But it goes on every single weekend behind me. Pollution that damages brains and creates learning disabilities in children, people burning trash in their backyards, and it's just getting worse. And I have to agree with Ben that I never see any, I don't even know, do we have a code enforcement person in our neighborhood? I don't know. And I have called a few times. I've never gotten a response from anybody. And we have nice houses, nice streets, nice neighbors, and nice yards. But I think what's keeping the housing values down is that, and I think it's something to look at. It's indicative of what kind of environment we're living in and allowing to continue. And into this, we're going to introduce a bunch more housing, and I'm wondering what kind of retail we're going to get. Are people, business owners who want to put in coffee shops and little restaurants, are they really going to come into an environment in which they don't think they're going to make any money? And I would have to say probably not. And again, I like this idea, actually, and I don't mind myself large buildings. I like cities. Oh my God, even with, anyway, oh, do you? Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I'll rush through this. The concerns remain the same: air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, proximity to an elementary school, adding traffic to an already untenable situation on Oak Cliff, parking and the clanging of dumpsters in our backyards, addition of impervious surfaces that can lead to flood concerns, the removal of large old trees. And on my way here, I saw 6 trees just, I mean, it was like murder. I mean, they were just cut, chopped halfway down, these old trees, 6 in one yard, and the area that's going to be rezoned, if you rezone it. So that, the removal of old trees that are our only buffers against air and noise pollution. I think all of you have the best intentions. I really do. And I think we all have the same vision, but be aware that if you open up the zoning, you have to be prepared for the worst of what's in T4 because you are making it legal. Thank you.
My name is John Maloney. I live on Stewart Road. I think this is a bad idea. I was really surprised that it even came up. I think we've just got to protect our R1 homes. If all of the apartments happen that's been talked about, from behind Jim Ellis to the Assembly, to the City Center, to the Union Hall, and to the Kmart, we'll have plenty of rentals. And we just need to take care of our R1s, and they'll fill in with good houses at some point. And I don't see in the city where we would have new R1 subdivisions. So we need to protect these. And I think that really this is going back to the 60s. I just was really shocked. And I think we need to dump it. Thank you.
I'm Caroline Prince Valley. I live on Allison Drive, and I just want to support everyone who's against this because I am too. I like my house. I like my neighborhood. I don't want to see it turn into more. I mean, I don't know that our infrastructure basically can even handle it. And I think we have a lot of other concerns that everyone has mentioned, but I just want to say that I oppose it as well. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak against?
Richard Ballantyne. I live in Winter Chapel Hills. Excuse me. I lived there for 25 years. I like the character of our neighborhood. I don't see this as an improvement. I see it as a problem. We have Peach Industrial on one side. We got Winter Chapel on the other side. We got lots of noise. We got lots of traffic. This is going to increase the traffic. That's a problem. We have houses in our neighborhood that are rented out, where they have multiple families. They've got 6 cars, 7 cars in the driveway. We got work vans. They're obviously not enforcing their zoning because you're not really allowed to do that. This is going to increase that problem too. And I want to protect the character of our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll open it up to anyone wishing to speak. Oh. Well, I mean, you gave your time away, so. I mean, do you want to go do you have like a minute?
So this is a neat city being diverse. It is. But what I want you to reflect on before you make a decision tonight is the petition that was filled out, and look at the diversity on that petition and just realize that this is the community we have. This is the community we love. And we want you guys, you city council people and mayor, if it comes to a tie vote or whatever, to not vote for this. It is not something, there's not the time now to do this. It's time to take care of your people, the neighborhoods, Northwoods, Oak Cliff, Winners Chapel. That's what's task at hand. This is not the time for this. Maybe in the future, a couple years down the road, prove to us that we can take care of the development along Buford Highway and the Kmart property and the neighborhoods. And that would be the time to do it. Thank you very much.
All right. Open it up if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor. All right. We're going to close the public hearing and I will bring it back to council. And why don't we start with Councilmember Ray?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. For anyone who's been at any of these previous meetings, it won't be a surprise that I am in favor of this. I'm going to list off some reasons. I want to be clear that these reasons are not to diminish concerns, but hopefully to highlight that your concerns have been thought through and researched by me. I offered at every one of these meetings for people to reach out, set up a meeting with me separately, and we can talk. A few of you took me up on that. I know I got to talk with Susan and Ben, and while we don't completely agree, I believe we got closer to seeing eye to eye and agreeing on a lot of the potential benefits here. First, I will start with one of the concerns tonight on what this is not. This does not require you to sell your home. It does not require homes to be torn down to become something else. They can be single family and perpetuity. This type of zoning still allows R1 zoning. It just allows other types of housing. Additionally, I think T4 zoning helps create a smooth transition between our single family neighborhoods and the more urban areas. Without creating logical buffers like this, we end up with giant apartment buildings that want to encroach upon the neighborhoods. T4 is not allowing these giant apartment buildings, but instead more fee simple style homes, such as townhomes, duplexes, triplexes. These homes are often referred to as missing middle housing. That missing middle refers to really a type of housing that now the majority of people can only hope to afford, as single family homes are too expensive. Many people in my generation and younger can't even dream of buying a single family home, but townhomes, duplexes, triplexes give people a chance to purchase property in a city, set down roots, and become part of their community rather than renting in perpetuity for the rest of their lives. It helps build equity and wealth for them while also adding to the city, adding tax dollars without raising taxes on the individuals in the city, and allowing us to better manage our infrastructure because of that, because we have more units and more families paying for the same amount of roads that we need to maintain. And forgive me, I'll go through the rest of this as quickly as I can so the rest of council can talk as well. There have been concerns about property values. Many studies out there show that property values increase when you allow this type of housing. Some single-family home property values raising as many as 3.5 times as much as they were. Additionally, this type of zoning allows for small-scale commercial and office, things like coffee shops, neighborhood restaurants, or office space that would allow people to get their daily needs met, allowing them to walk, increasing community within their neighborhood, but also reducing the number of people driving, vehicle miles traveled, and thus traffic. Lastly, this type of development per our code requires the developers to add sidewalks and build these homes closer to the street. By doing this, it creates a sort of psychological barrier for drivers who will not drive as fast because it limits the sight lines on that street, and thus they feel they have less room for error, increasing safety along that. I'm a strong believer that walkable communities are better communities, bikeable communities are better communities. I think this gives a lot of opportunity for people. One of the main complaints that came up tonight was a lot of homes being over rented or people renting bedrooms and having 7 cars outside of a house. That obviously is a negative, but I think that's also very clear evidence that there's not enough housing supply. We have a huge housing crisis in the country. This is a way of meeting that without adding gigantic apartments that do encroach and ruin neighborhood character, in my opinion. So for all of those reasons, that is my goal. After tonight, no matter which way the vote goes, please feel free to reach out. I have a lot of sources. I like talking about this stuff. I believe in it. I can't begin to imagine that we're always going to see eye to eye. But I think this process is meant so that we can talk back and forth. And unfortunately, this forum is not the best way to have an open debate, but I'm always open to do that in the future. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kuntz.
No, I agree with what he just said, but the other thing that was brought up was this idea of the impervious surface and it's going to cause flooding. if someone builds out one of these lots, they're required to do stormwater retention. And single-family R1 houses are not required to have any stormwater retention. And so if some of these lots, or when some of these lots get developed, it will reduce the stormwater going onto your property than what's happening right now, because they're required by the code and the law to have stormwater retention on their property. So it won't be just dumping onto your property in the future. And that's really all I've got. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks, Mayor. First question is for Austin, there he is. I guess it should be a discussion too between council. I don't know if I saw it in there. What did we decide with the T4 button R1 with the stories? Okay, it was. Okay, I was looking through there. All right, good. Thanks. And then this other notion that we're in talks and cahoots with a developer. There's no developer out there. You know, I mean, what we're doing is trying to present our plan.
I'd like to ask everyone to please silence their phones. There've been a lot of rings and messages and stuff. All right, go ahead.
That's
Councilmember.
okay. There's you know, what we're trying to do is present a plan to the future growth of Doraville, you know, so we don't sit stagnant. What we've done around these properties hasn't worked. Traffic's terrible over there. It's not walkable. It's very dangerous. So we're trying to push a vision out there for people and developers to come in and bring in a more walkable and safe community here. And this notion of your lot's going to be taken to be sold, of course, you have to sell it yourself and it's your decision. But a developer can't just take one lot and build these duplexes, all these thoughts of what they might be. They need a few lots for this. And of course, if that happens, the parking will go in the rear. So there's less curb cuts. That means less traffic in the street. You know, if you do see, as Councilmember Ray said, 7 cars in the front, now you're going to have 7 cars in the rear and you won't see them. You know, so there's a lot of benefits to this. And Councilmember Ray pretty much summed up everything I was going to say and some. You know, of course, with the taxes, you're going to have more, you can get more tax dollars out of the land, which help reduce your cost as a resident currently, which will help out. And then, as he said, the mixed use part is great because it makes it more walkable. It gives you more opportunity to have everything you need closer where you don't have to drive. I always hear about traffic along these roads, and it takes X amount of minutes to get to Kroger or Doraville or the store or something like that. You can have stuff closer now and walk to it, which will make it a lot more easier, which will reduce pollution and make it a more walkable community, which actually you get to see more of your community and meet more people, which is great. So I think that was really it. That's all I had. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henshaw.
Thank you. Sorry about this. I've been fighting, I've got an 8-year-old, so I've been fighting a cold of some sort. Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Ray, I guess I still need these. Councilmember Ray, you know, said it better than I could possibly say it, but, you know, Doraville does offer 100% senior exemption for taxes. There's school exemptions through the county. There's county exemptions for seniors. A lot of what we're trying to do up here is to allow seniors to age in place. We're not trying to force seniors out of their homes. Quite the opposite. We're trying to make it by bringing more development into the city, we can even further reduce the taxes because, as other council members had said, that load gets shared among more people. So as development grows, tax base grows, taxes can go down for services. We did bring in 2 new code enforcement officials. They're just getting started. I do hope that things in the neighborhoods improve. That is certainly something that they're tasked with doing. It's never easy to repair something once it's done. Contrary to other statements, we do have competent planners, competent city officials that go, especially for new construction. It's all permitted through very, very capable people. It's, you know, the sites are inspected. Everything is built to code. Everything is built to standards. Now, if somebody builds an illegal structure, they have to get caught and get, you know, fined for what they're doing. but any development that comes through the city is going to meet all of the codes required. In fact, a lot of these codes are onerous and they're difficult to deal with. And these are the hoops you have to jump through as these new products come online. They can't be subpar. They have to be high-end products. They have to be quality products because they're meeting much more stringent codes of today than they were of all these years ago. I live in an R1 neighborhood, and I consider this as a protection, as we're using the strips along the outsides, the very outside edges, the boundaries of these R1 neighborhoods. Some of the complaints were a lot of road noise, a lot of debris and pollution, a lot of light, a lot of traffic, stormwater from the roads. All of these things actually get addressed when you start to build more dense housing up along the street front. These buildings act as sound barriers. They act as noise barriers. They act as light barriers. They prevent the light headlights from the vehicles as they drive down the road from coming through properties in the wintertime. I back right up against an apartment building, and in the wintertime, it's blindingly bright because there's no leaves on the trees. And in the summertime, you have no problems. And the apartment building that I have that's right behind me is actually built within like 15 feet of a creek. So, you know, in that you'd have to be within, say, you can't even be within 75 feet of a creek now during new codes. So as these new buildings come online and these older buildings get replaced, everything within the buildings themselves improve. And these improvements are expensive. And so, you know, we hear a lot of talk about what happens when the worst people move in, what happens when the worst offenders take over a city, or the worst offenders wind up, you know, redeveloping properties. The worst developers don't redevelop properties because they can't afford to. They're, you know, only the best developers can afford to buy multiple lots, assemble them, and build a product that then sells for market rate. These aren't subsidized communities. These aren't subsidized homes. So, you know, new stormwater infrastructure, new sewer and water, new sidewalks, new noise barriers, new restaurants, new shops, more walkable because of the sidewalk improvements. And Austin, we do have planted buffer requirements as well in this. So while it looks like the rear setback is less, the planted buffers preclude that, and these we actually allow, and one of our residents did bring up a point that, you know, we allow up to a 35-foot tall home by right. These buildings can't be any taller than what's already allowed by right in these neighborhoods. And nobody in these neighborhoods has built a 35-foot tall house. I do have a 2-story home. I also have a flat roof, so my home is only about 20 feet tall, even though it's 2 stories tall. There's a lot of positives to what we're trying to do that have been spun into negatives, or there's a lot of superficial negatives that if you take the time to dive into this, somebody accused us, said, well, why are you making this judgment? I said, we're not making this judgment. We're being given a huge amount of information from experts who do this every day. This isn't our opinion up here about what helps provide better, more walkable communities, safer communities. We're listening to experts that do this daily. And so, you know, we're not trying to make decisions based on emotions. We're trying to make decisions based on data from other towns and other cities and other success stories. And so that's, at least that's my, you know, way I look at this. So yeah, again, please, as Councilmember Taylor said, if you have questions, reach out. Oh, and somebody did reach out to me, and I want to apologize. I've been fighting a cold. I was running for re-election. It was nightmarishly busy. I started a new job recently, so I am very sorry. Reach back out to me, and I will sit down and walk through now that all craziness is over with. But my phone number is on the website. My email's on the website. Please reach out to me. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Armistead.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who's here tonight to voice their concerns. Thank you to everybody who has done that throughout these past few months. We all really appreciate it. We all have listened. Nobody up here, speaking for everybody, which I shouldn't do, nobody up here likes to vote for something in opposition to what they know a resident wants. But speaking only for myself, I think this really is a vote for progress. It's a vote to protect our R1 neighborhoods. It's a vote that actually will, I think, help to improve some of the existing problems with these 3 very, very busy corridors. And it's a vote that addresses our nationwide housing crisis. So I also support this for all the reasons that everyone up here has already mentioned, but also happy to keep talking about it and keep allaying people's fears. So please reach out to me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. All valid points made. And I am perplexed by it. I am all about economic growth, and I think Doraville stands as a testament for that as we continue to build our city. And I would say this rezoning proposal could definitely benefit the city in the sense that if we're talking about more character with the possibility of a dense housing that's a smaller unit with mixed use, then it will still generate more traffic, but in a different way, possibly based around the business hours that are there, the coffee shops, et cetera. But the buildings are built to the front of the street, which is in reverse of how they're built now with the single family homes. So the parking would be in the rear, meaning there would be headlights coming to the back of the property, which would be the backyards of the single family homes that we're discussing. So I've been proposing fences, which is not a part of this. It is not a requirement for the zoning, but it could alleviate some of the minor noise reduction, not completely, but definitely some type of soundproofing as well as a light barrier between the two, commercial and residential, and making that a requirement that if a developer was to come in, that they would have to build an opaque fence that will block light, reduce the sound. And that's in addition to the barrier that's between the two districts. I think it would help. As someone mentioned earlier, there are trees being cut down, additional trees could be cut down. So this will be a way to help alleviate some of that. The only other thing I would add to that is that instead of all three areas being rezoned at one time, I've been proposing, would continue to, that we try this in one area first, particularly the area that has the vacant lot. It's queued up, ready to go. And if we were to rezone that first, see how this works, and then trickle down to the other areas if necessary. But that's just my proposal, and we'll see what happens with that. That's it.
All right, any other discussion?
I'd be willing to entertain the fencing discussion. I just want to look it up because I've seen this product used. It's called Acoustafence, and there's other companies that make it, but it's only 1/8 inch thick, and it comes in 6 foot tall by long rolls, and it can actually give a transmission loss of 30 decibels. So if that's something that the other council would be interested in, we can certainly talk about that.
I guess, can we ask Austin, because to me, when you do the rezoning, nothing's really changing. So what are you putting the requirement on? It seems like it should be for new developments, and that should be something.
Yeah. Oh,
go
yeah.
back and look at the zoning down the road. That's separate from.
Agreed. I just wanted to kind of say that I think Gerald's idea of the fencing.
What are the requirements right now if someone built something?
About fences, you don't have to build a fence if you don't. There is a planted buffer requirement, but you don't have to build a fence. You can.
So if council wanted to come back and change the
If y'all are
zoning,
interested in some kind of acoustic deadening,
or say if it's backed up against R1 or whatever, you have to have this, but that's kind of changing the zoning.
yeah, that would be a text amendment, not a zoning.
Yeah. So it's separate from this
Yeah.
process.
Yes,
Okay.
don't attach.
No, it's fine.
All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve Z-25-04.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Kuntz,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
No.
Councilmember Henshaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead, Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember Ray.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
We have one more case under.
Uh,
We have one more under unfinished business.
yeah, let's take a 2-minute break and then we'll come right back.
I have no problem with that. Oh, nobody's here. Developer that was doing watching the board. What? Watching. Yeah, no. I did look at it. So. Wow. Well, but there's a big plan development first, but. An acoustic block fence, I've seen it around, and around pet enclosures, so you know, it's dog daycares, put it around there, and it got barking down so much, so it's a really good product. 30 decibels. 30 decibels is huge. Well, people understand decibels, it's like exponential. Yeah. Like, yeah.
Let's call the meeting back to order. We're here to hear the other piece of unfinished business, V 2513.
It's working now. Hooray. All right. So V 2513, our last unfinished business from last month. One more variance request for 4300 Pleasantdale Road, which is a fairly large warehouse and distribution property that straddles the border between Doraville and unincorporated Gwinnett County. So originally there were 4 variance requests in this. This is the last one with a request to be exempt from the streetscape requirements that we would require for new development in the office warehouse zoning district. So here's the property location. That like dash line in the middle there is the county line. So most of the property is about 50-50 between Doraville and Gwinnett County. Currently there's about 100,000 square foot, or sorry, 1 million square foot cold storage facility that's on the site. The owner is proposing to redevelop it into several smaller warehouse facilities. Back to the variance. So left over from the first read last month, there was a request that the applicant bring back a cost proposal, as mentioned in their proposed conditions for contributing to building sidewalks to connect this property further south onto Oak Cliff Road, where there is a MARTA bus route, a fairly busy MARTA bus route. So the applicant has provided that cost proposal in here and in your packet as well. And then here is a map of the proposed what the proposed contribution is meant to work towards to get this property connected to the existing transportation. So just going back to looking at recommendations. So this staff originally recommended denial of this variance application. Planning Commission also recommended denial The applicants here tonight represented by Mahaffey Pickens Tucker, and I believe they have their own presentation that they'd like to briefly share as well.
All right. If you guys can briefly share it, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate that. We'll move through this quickly. As Austin went through, we're down to the one variance. These are just, I'm burning really quickly through some of those slides just to jog memory about some of the physical challenges we're dealing with along that streetscape with utilities, overhead and underground, drainage swales, that sort of thing. So we appreciate the opportunity to take kind of another swing at this. And so we thought it was a great idea to focus, rather than the cost to install the sidewalk along our road frontage, but try to focus on a sidewalk segment that would actually, I think, contribute a lot more to the walkability of the area. I thought it was we all thought it was a great point to say, well, let's focus on that MARTA bus stop and what it would take to connect the subject property to that bus stop. And then there's, of course, greater regional connectivity once you have access to that bus stop. So there's one just down the road on Oak Cliff Road. It's the nearest address is about 3700 Oak Cliff Road. The distance is about 1,215 linear feet. That's about 300 feet longer than our Doraville road frontage would be. So it's a longer sidewalk segment. And so the labor and materials cost, plus some additional insurance and fees kind of built in, we estimated that to be about $67,330. And so what we are proposing to do is to modify that third condition of approval that we proffered at the previous meeting, which would be prior to the issuance of a building permit, owner shall contribute $67,330 to the city for pedestrian enhancement projects or other public purposes. So just word a little broadly, but with the idea of we're focusing on that sidewalk cost between the bus stop and the subject property. I'll get one other update. We did get approval from Georgia Power to install those decorative streetlights on the existing power poles. So wanted to share that update. They've already blessed that. And so we would respectfully request your approval of this remaining V2513. We're agreeable with all three of these proffered conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Great. Thank you. Austin, I guess I have a question for you. I was just in a presentation last week where MARTA told us they're blowing up all their routes and not going as many places, but going more frequently. I guess my feedback, first, I would want to look and see what their new routes are going to be and make sure that this stop. But then assuming if they did get rid of the route, could we reapply that sidewalk fund money somewhere else if we
Yeah, the way that the condition is written is we don't necessarily have to use it for the sidewalk.
didn't?
And I can look it up for you if you'd like. I don't believe that the 124 route is going away. It's getting longer because it's going through Tucker into the Kensington.
I would just make sure it's actually going on that
I don't think the route
extra road.
is changing much. It's just being extended further south through Tucker.
Okay. Councilmember Evans.
No, this is a step in the right direction, and thank you for the update with Georgia Power as well. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Armistead.
No questions. Thank you. I think this addresses what we were hoping to address, so I appreciate it.
Thanks. Councilmember Henshaw.
What was the length of sidewalk? It was like 1,200 and something feet. What? And we require a 6-foot wide sidewalk?
I mean, if we're the ones doing it, we don't necessarily, that would be the typical, what we would require here, but yes.
Okay. Then the budget seems adequate. That was my only question. So no further questions. Thank you guys for looking at this.
Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks, Mayor. No, ran your numbers, they were good. So the budget is right. I like your comment about the bus route, Mayor, and I would prefer to use this money for that sidewalk other than sending it somewhere else. But no, thank you for all the numbers and everything. And it's a nice general contractor doing it at 5%. So they must be doing the rest of that project then.
Thank you. Councilmember Kuntz.
No, this addresses my issues. Thank you.
Councilmember Ray.
Yeah, I'll just agree with everyone and say thanks for actually listening and kind of understanding the idea and wanting to invest. And I'll second Councilmember Simmons here. I think if we if that bus route does remain, I like the idea of connecting it. Part of the idea is that it's going to give people a chance without cars to possibly work in this warehouse if it's such a business. So I think this is an awesome opportunity, and thank you guys.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve V-25-13.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Henshaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz,
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead, Councilmember Ray,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans. All right, motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. So next, we're gonna hear a item from Assembly.
Mayor and Council, I was just going to preface the next two items coming forward on the Assembly, and we have folks here from the Assembly who will get up and present on this. The Assembly reached out to us and requested that we accept the dedication of the roads for the project, the completed roads over there. And as we got into discussions, it's sort of apparent there are a couple of other issues that are also tied into that and are hanging out. So in our discussion with Assembly, we came together and tried to put together a solution for all of the outstanding issues. It's in the next two items. The first item is basically going to be their discussion about the status of the connection of the pedestrian sidewalk up to the MARTA deck. The second item is actually the road request and the request for the dedication, as well as a discussion about the park and the resolution of the park issue. There's one page in here where I think we've put together, and with some work and help of some people all talking to each other, a general framework for the park that I've spoken with the Assembly and they're in general agreement with it. And if the mayor and council are in agreement, what we want to do with this is not have any action tonight, but let y'all see what's going on, ask all the questions, make sure everybody's on board. And then hopefully we could get everything put together and bring it back in next month and be able to handle all three of these items at that time and get a big piece moving forward. So I wanted to preface it with that. And then I think the first item was to get up and discuss the status of the connectivity on the sidewalk going up to the market.
Thank you, Cecil. Mayor and Council, my name is Justin Campbell. I'm here on behalf of Assembly Atlanta, and my role is Vice President of Studio Operations over there. Excited to present to you updates. I know from the purchase sale agreement, the last outstanding city benefit, I believe it's number 3, was this MARTA ramp, this ADA accessible path from New Peachtree down to Motors Industrial. So we've made great strides. We had a long time determining the feasibility of the project due to its location along GDOT. Not only the topography of the site, there were a lot of challenges. We worked closely, and though he's no longer here, Chris Eldridge, with the group Keck and Wood, which I know you guys do a lot of work with, who put together a great set of plans. I don't know if you're able to go to the rendering. My film degree doesn't allow me to read these as quickly as a rendering, but this is generally the path from Motors Industrial up to Peachtree. It's got about 300 feet from New Peachtree down to the switchback, another 100 feet, and then it feeds down into it, which if you're familiar with that site now, great deal of tree canopy. There's an existing staircase down from the MARTA pathway that has a lot of folks that just kind of hang out there all the time. We have made great strides on this in the form of an executed contract, which we've also submitted to the agenda for review. And we'd like to propose, should these plans, these renderings be acceptable, issuing a performance bond on this work with the city to give both sides certainty that we aim to complete it. The estimated timeline, once we receive official permit from GDOT, is around 4 months. We are gunning to have this in place with larger plans we have at the park for the World Cup that come in June in 2026. The GDOT permit was submitted on 10/28. We got some initial feedback from their landscaping team, but we're trying to expedite that to the extent possible. That is the extent of the update on the ramp. Would love to hear if you had any questions or comments on it.
Can you do both?
Oh, move right into the roads? Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep it brief. As Cecil mentioned, we have generate a letter to announce that, you know, the roads as part of the Phase 1 development at Assembly are ready for conveyance. And we've attached an exhibit there that show those roads. Yes, that there. That the roads from curb to curb would be dedicated with an easement on the sidewalks for public access.
That's your presentation?
On that, yes, sir. I can get into it a little more if you'd like. Or if you have,
If that's everything you have, then we'll ask questions. I
Yes,
just wanted you to get
absolutely.
everything first.
That's it.
All right, Councilmember Coons?
No, I think with a performance bond, this does exactly what we were hoping, that this connection would come up to New Peachtree instead of behind the AT&T deck.
Yep.
From a public safety standpoint, it was, she said, this kind of, it didn't feel real safe trying to use that connection.
Yep.
And this is ADA, and like it connects to the new sidewalk that we just built up on New Peachtree, and will connect to our town center. And I think it solves all the problems that I was hoping, and the performance bond takes care of any concerns I have of moving forward with this.
Councilmember Evans?
No, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Justin and the team, for being here. I guess the one quick question aesthetically, will this look like the roads that are actually at Assembly?
The ramp?
The ramp, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know if you're able to bring up the rendering again, but, you know, aluminum handrails, we're going to be adding a good deal of lighting, as you can see, which and landscaping, which will dramatically improve the aesthetics of the connection of Motors Industrial and Buford Highway. Really pretty kind of CMU stamped concrete walls there that'll look, you know, a marked improvement from what exists currently, absolutely. And a huge asset, obviously, for both the Assembly and the proposed city center in terms of accessibility with MARTA.
And then the other is with the park, with the rights of the naming and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make
Yeah, I
sure.
don't know if you want to jump into that or wait.
Yeah, I would rather get everything.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can we like do it all, then we can ask all the questions?
Yeah.
Go through this, but
Sure.
you want- All right. So we had this sort of went back to a meeting we had several months ago, and Mr. Eldridge was there, and there was a big discussion about sort of how we could come together on a park agreement that achieved everybody's goals. I think the most important thing is that the assemblies agreed that as part of this, they would give the city a easement for basically park use for the public across the property that sort of was commensurate with any of our parks. So this would operate like any of our parks. The only difference is that it would be subject to an easement that the assembly had given to us. As part of that easement, it would be subject to an MOU, and the MOU would basically address priority use of the park. So the underlying easement would basically, as I sort of put it in my mind, that somebody could go out there with their dog, throw a Frisbee, walk around, anything, but not organized play, but it would be open for the general public to use the open space. Incorporated in that easement, there would be an MOU. And the MOU, the real gravamen of the MOU, with a couple of things, but the number one is it would establish priority use for the city, and then priority use for assembly, sort of the ability to come in over the easement, say the public's got to stay out right now. We're going to have exclusive use for certain uses. The city, as we know from the beginning, always had the 12 organized events that would be available in the park. So the priority use for the city would be, we would come in October most likely and submit a list and say, these are our proposed 12 events for the coming up calendar year, and sort of fill in the blank. Movies in the park. We want to do this on this date. Here's what we would have. And basically we would present that, have a conversation, and coordinate that. The second piece would be assemblies, priority use of the park. And this one, we're still looking at it, and I do want some feedback on this because we're looking at what the parameters would be. I think it's really, there's a financial impact. Because for instance, FIFE, if you're going to do the viewing in the park and have a great event, that's going to bring a lot of everything to Doraville, a lot of notoriety, a lot of income, et cetera, et cetera. So something like that under the provisions we would have would pretty much, yes, that's going to check the box for a priority use. The really only issue is we would want to talk about what would be the low end of what would establish the priority use. my initial thought, and this is something we would be putting together over the next month to bring back to you, is that there would be a financial impact. So basically, if it's a, if we agree it's $100,000 of impact to the city, et cetera, then yes, the assembly could present that at the October and we all talk it through and say, yeah, that's a good event. We want to do that. Here's how we build the schedule for 26. Both parties will be able to come in and fill in the schedule by mutual agreement as well. I think I had also discussed in there that the park had always been considered as a filming location. So if there was going to be a filming for a third party, that they would also be able to come in and request the use of the park for filming purposes. The big thing is there would be a floor, so any priority use, it would have to sort of be a commercial use that was either agreed upon or there's an objective standard to make sure it would reach a level of impact that it deserved the priority use. The other one, and this had been discussed, and this has been discussed, is the naming rights. The city would have the option for whatever the park was named to require that it basically have something to the effect of at Doraville or the same, that we would have the option to include that if we chose to. And really, besides that, there's going to be there would be boilerplate in that. There's going to be insurance requirements. There's going to be lots of things. And I know that Councilmember Kuntz included the prior MOU that was sort of the prior iteration to us having this meeting. And a lot of that agreement would probably be cannibalized and put into the MOU, sort of as defining the operating. But that's where we are on that. Wanted your feedback if y'all like that, because we could come in, I think, next month with the bond documents for approval, with the park MOU, and then basically the resolution where the city would accept the rest.
Anything else that you want to add, or?
Oh, we covered it. Especially on the naming piece, to get back to your question, we feel it's a practical approach, gives great flexibility, as a great placemaker to have at Doraville. It allows us to approach it whether we name it internally or we seek out corporate sponsorship and some type of partnership on that space, gives us the flexibility to still do so. So we feel like that's a practical approach, and we appreciate you all working with us on that to find a.
Would you be amendable to it coming to council for final approval, or at least an oversight on the naming rights?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think this would spell out that you would have the option to include at Doraville at the end of whatever we would.
Meaning more, you found a sponsor.
Yeah.
And you come back and say, do you guys like this at Doraville? Is that feasible?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And then the maintenance of the park, who's responsible for that?
Assembly.
Do you think it's going to be pretty much the city's park rules will apply? Any other park, there may be some.
I'm sorry.
Generally, it'll operate as a city park under our rules. There may be some specifics because it's a little unique, but I mean, the AMA maintains it through the same system we've had, but there would be a cooperative nature of that because it would generally operate as a city.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, yeah, and the city is there now. We, in terms of rules and regs, would want it consistent with our ability, as it's so close to our studio, to make sure we've got all the rules and regulations in place as it relates to public safety. Yeah.
And then my last question is, I guess, scheduling wise, the guidelines to have the hard dates that are set in advance is.
My understanding is that it is written now, October of the prior year, city gets together with us, and we've had similar meetings already. They're not official with Crystal Dawson and her team when we've had previous events. So we're absolutely fine with that timeline, and we'll work in collaboration, obviously, as things change throughout a year, as events and opportunities come up. We'd stay closely aligned. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kuntz, do you want to ask anything else or say anything else?
Yeah, I just want to touch on this, the MOU and the park rules. And I share your, trying to figure out the language of the park closure. I want to make sure that, for example, I wouldn't want you guys to say, well, we're closing the park for 6 months because we're filming. It needs to be mostly a public park, but I realize there's going to be things that come up that, that are valuable to the city to have done, but I just want to protect the city too. so that something like that doesn't happen.
Understood. And if you have someone looking for a 6-month shoot, you send them my way.
No, exactly. No, I get that. But that's just something in the park rules I'd like to see
Absolutely.
addressed. And I think we talked about too, having the Doraville Police being added as far as being able to enforce problems in the park.
Yeah, absolutely. And we, as a studio, we already work closely with Chief Atkinson. We've recently
Exactly.
updated some of our security so that as opposed to our third-party vendor, we always go with Doraville PD presence at our event.
And for me personally, for the naming rights, if it says at Doraville, that's, whether, it was like Coca-Cola Amphitheater at Lakewood, it's that kind of a thing where it defines the area and lets people know where the venue is, and it gets our branding out there. I would like to see, because there's this whole event license agreement that was previously applied to the city. And I would like to see that somehow the language protecting you guys in that agreement gets put maybe in the MOU, and that for the 12 events we get a year, that we're not filling out a bunch of paperwork and you know what I mean? It's just streamline that whole process.
Sure.
And the only other thing that gave me a little pause is the terms of termination. That it says in here that either party can give written notice for 90 days and this whole thing is gone. I feel like that with a public easement and all that
that would be replaced in this.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
MOU to replace in that language.
You're right. There needs to be a higher bar than a 90-day written notice to cancel all this, and we're back to square one. I think we both want something that's kind of like, I don't know if permanent's the right word, but something that's ongoing, that just everybody, and that if both parties decide we need to adjust something, that's one thing. But, to get a letter in the mail and 90 days later, this whole thing is torched and we're starting from scratch, that's not.
And also when we agreed on the easement, to me, that was a really big
It is.
step, because there's a lot of good faith in actually giving that property interest across, even if it's an easement for park use.
No, and I want to thank you for, allowing that to happen, because there's a lot of people that would say, no, we're not going to do that, or you own no property or whatever. That's a really huge good faith thing that you're willing to have an easement that allows this. And for the residents, we're getting a park that we don't have to maintain, that our guys aren't, our maintenance staff aren't out there cutting grass and picking up trash and all that. And you guys are doing it.
Was always envisioned from Assembly side as a place for the public to enjoy.
Right. So I appreciate all this, and I would like to get this phase one behind us. Get these agreements done, get this road thing done, and y'all have got World Cup coming up. There's all kinds of other cool stuff you want to do over there, and it's time to move. Let's go to phase two.
With you.
Right. Anyway, that's it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Councilmember Armistead.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with all of those points. I think the path looks great too, before we forget about the path. Thank you. Cecil, can you clarify what you mean by a priority use? Are we talking like Doraville has an event scheduled and Assembly says, oh, but wait, somebody wants to come in and spend $1 jillion on filming something. Can we please do that instead?
What it is the priority use is, it's actually a term I used in Sandy Springs when we went in and tried to find a bunch of park space to use. And what it's saying is, as a general rule, the easement is there, people can use the park. But in this event, if this checkbox, it moves priority use to that party, meaning it becomes exclusive use to the extent necessary for that event. For us, it's the 12. And how does it work? It's envisioned that we all come together in October. Everybody puts on the table what they know about. We build the schedule for the year. And then I think it's going to be dynamic. So it would work through the year. And what I'm envisioning is we set up something that says, if there's an event, and it would probably not have to conflict with something that already had been scheduled, but if there's an event that came in and it rung the bell of priority use, then we would work to get that in the schedule as well. So it's the priority use over the underlying easement use is sort of how to think about that. It becomes exclusive if you ring that bell.
So the Assembly would have to come to us with their proposal.
We would all work through it because part of the MOU says we gotta.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks, Mayor. And well, just to add to that, the way I was reading that is instead of it being more of an open public park, it becomes priority use to the party that needs to use it for that. And then if it conflicts with a city event of the 12, then we'll work that out. But the city event, I guess, since we schedule in October, takes precedence unless we come to the table and be dynamic and there's a certain amount what you're saying and we can work it out.
There's a little bit of devil in the details, but I
Right.
would interpret it. Well, we can talk through.
That's the way I see it.
Interpret it in October, we set up a schedule and anything else would pretty much need to fit in between
Right.
what was already scheduled, because once you've scheduled it, you're advertising, you're spending resources, et cetera. So it would have to fit into vacancies unless
Right.
in an agreement like that, it's always going to say at the end, unless we all agree and we work together on something.
Right. Because all I'm saying is like, I understand they'll work their schedule around our events and whatever else their events, because obviously it goes both ways. They give us their events in October as well, is the way I read it. But let's say he gets $1 jillion movie shoot, and then it is during one of our period. If we can move it around, it's fine. If not,
Into the,
yeah.
we'll work it out.
Right. Okay, that's the way. All right. So anyway, sorry to get off track. Love the rendering. It's beautiful. At first, when I read it, until I got to the rendering, I was like, oh, that's a very high price for this ramp and what I saw on the blueprints, because that's the way I see it, is the blueprints, not the rendering. But now I see the rendering, I see why, with the landscape, the retaining wall blocks and all that. So I think it's beautiful. I think it's great. Don't know the ADA ramp access off New Peachtree. We'll find out with code. Might need a rail right there at the beginning. I saw it didn't. I was trying to read the grading plan and see the drop, but they'll find that in code. The MOU on the street maintenance. So it sort of rung a bell. I was right when I started. So we maintain the streets is the way I read it, from inside to curb, we're maintaining. Everything else they're maintaining is the way I read it. And it rung a bell because I remember Chris talking about it.
Correct. But it's curb to curb. It's going to be a city street treated like any other city street.
Gotcha. So you guys have a service entrance for all your movie shoot stuff and all. It's not going through those streets, right? It's coming
Correct.
through.
It was designed to go either north of that assembly deck and what we call Gate 4.
Right.
And anything else, Gate 3, which is that new road Magnolia off of Peachtree Road. Yeah.
Right. Because I remember when we did the Healthy Pets, they had that back entrance into the parking lot where all the big trucks park and all that.
Exactly.
Okay. Perfect. That's all. Because I was going to say, if we're maintaining streets and then we have trucks there, we're going to turn into a mini tank farm type deal. But now you got a service entrance. I think we're okay. And then the only other thing I had it just brought was I don't know if they have it in there, but I know you mentioned about Doraville PD, if they could be the preferred security vendor for off-duty security work between you and chief on that, if you can just have them on the list as the preferred ones. I don't know if that's what you were saying.
Park.
Yeah, just like
Right.
events.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
police will have jurisdiction out there in a general matter, but
But if you give a list of off-duty officers available, just to help them out, since it's in our city, they can do it off-duty. If you put them on a preferred vendor list, it's up to the person to call them or not, but at least they're there.
Yeah, and we work closely with Chief at the studio. As I mentioned, we have a third-party vendor that we were employing armed guards with. We moved away from this, and now anytime an armed guard's required in an event or for a film shoot, it's directly with Doraville PD.
Perfect. That's it. I just want to make sure that they're getting the opportunity first. Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Ray.
Yeah, thanks. The path looks awesome. Thanks for the design and the renders. Definitely makes it easier. For anyone listening or here, that path, I believe Assembly has plans with the Chamblee Rail Trail ultimately connecting to the property too, or eventually getting close to it.
It borders the west side already as it
Okay.
exists. This is on, I guess, let me get my compass right, completely
Yeah.
on the other side of the
Right.
property, but it allows great accessibility from MARTA down, which we've been providing now.
Yeah, exactly. And I bring that up to say that we'll have a path from MARTA to there, and then anybody, you could bike to Chamblee via the rail trail if you go through the property. I think this is a great from a connectivity and assembly standpoint. So that's awesome. Yeah, the MOU sounds good. It sounds like everyone's acting in good faith. I would just say make sure the language is clear enough that, maybe I can read it and know how to schedule an event with the park. But yeah, it sounds really good.
And because the property is in the DDA will also be a party to that. There'll be several parties to it, and I've already spoken with the Ben Brooks, who's sort of our subject matter expert at the DDA, and he's sort of dialed in as well to assist with the process.
Okay, Councilmember Henshaw.
Thank you. Yeah, the ramp is spectacular. It really will connect our downtown to Assembly and MARTA, and I appreciate the accelerated timeline for the FIFA events. That's really great. Obviously, you guys, that budget includes all the lighting, planting, safety equipment, but maintenance will ultimately fall on us as a city, right? So, Chief, I just want to make sure we budget sidewalk maintenance there, particularly just de-icing. It's a long, steep, and I want to make sure that as it starts to get used more and more, just has a specific maintenance plan for that one particular ramp. As theoretically it should be heavily utilized, and I want to make sure it's safe. Yeah, obviously movie studios book years in advance sometimes, or year out, 2 years out. I know it's my brother's in the industry. It's crazy. His schedule is booked for 2027, 2028. It's nuts. But we're smaller, we're more dynamic. So I just, I know we have the ability to go back, but I'd like to set more formal milestones, like touchstones, like maybe 3 times a year, every 4 months, we have a formal meeting to say, oh, this came up, or we think this date might shift, rather than being it just could happen at any time. We just have a set formal meeting, because your schedule is going to get updated daily, but we don't need to be knowing about it every day. But I think just having those touchstones, maybe it's once every 3 months, once every 4 months, quarterly, it would be nice.
We're open to any cadence that the city.
Yeah, and again, it's not that we want to book something 4 months from now. It's just that, it's something might have come up, and now we have a little bit more freedom. Obviously want to give you as much time as we can. The bathrooms, I know, are planned for the next phase. Those plan to be open during park hours. Is that correct? The bathrooms?
Not familiar with the bathrooms.
Okay, so my understanding is that there's bathrooms that are going to be built in phase 2, because the park has no bathrooms. When there's events, there's no place for anybody to go to the bathroom. So
I got you.
My understanding is that, and maybe this will come out later, but that there will be permanent bathrooms built on site that'll be able to be accessible. And I just want to make sure that those are, when the park is open, the bathrooms are open. Otherwise, there's no bathrooms there. So when there's events, obviously, until those bathrooms are built, we'll need to provide port potties, and you guys would need to provide those. So I don't know what your FIFA timelines are, or if you're just going to get those nice trailers for.
Yes, that's.
Yeah, I figured that wouldn't be done in time, obviously. But I just want to make sure the city budgets for that as well. For our events, until those public bathrooms are built, we have to accommodate that as well, because there's nothing out there. And then I'm going to be a negative Nancy, and I apologize, but I worry about all of the roads that are listed, and I don't know if you can go forward or backwards, whichever it is, to the map that shows the light blue roads. There it is. Wow, that was quick. So my concern is Plan South, Southeast. Those are all unbuilt parcels, and while all of the vehicular traffic for the movie studios comes in off the back lot, all of the construction materials for anything that's going to be built over the next few years is going to be coming in on either Motors Industrial, or there's the drive to the south, to the plan south of Third Rail, which is, I guess, already a Doraville road, or the new road that's adjacent to the deck that you just topped. And so construction equipment's heavy. As that batch plant moves out, they got to move giant, broken down concrete trucks off site. So I don't know if we can either, the road that extends in the middle, I can point on my screen and nobody's going to see it, but yes, thank you. The road that extends south in the middle, that's a road to nowhere right now. So I personally would like to see that removed, because I feel like that road may be heavily used during building construction. And I'd hate for us to take it over and then have to retop it over time. And maybe the road to the very south of Third Rail, maybe that portion of the road that's at the backside of Third Rail up against the railroad tracks, if that stays in your purview, that it also gets a one-time final topping at the expense of Assembly. That way we're not having to repave roads after all of the construction has gone through, because those trucks will tear up. The road in front of my house is shot just from the pipe work that they were doing. So those are my only 2 concerns there. And because again, that one road that's kind of middle of the plan that goes north-south, and then the southwest to northeast at the backside of Third Rail, that would give your a formal construction entrance and let you work the entire site. And maybe that one little tail that's just south of the park, that would let you work the entire site without having us having to retop the roads. So that's something that I personally, I don't know but where anybody else stands, but
I would certainly take that back, explore options with our development team and our GC.
yeah, I'd hate for Doraville to have to pay for
No,
Roads right after you paved the roads. And I know you paved them early and I'm not, but. so-
Understood.
Okay, that was it. But other than that, I really love what you guys are doing with the ramp. It's really great.
Thank you.
Right. Anything else? Anything else on this side? All right, I guess we'll see this next month.
See you next month.
All
Thank you
right.
for the time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Will Bryant with McMillan Pasden Smith Architecture.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Will Bryant. I'm with McMillan Pasden Smith Architecture. With me tonight, I've got Kevin McCarthy from Site Solutions and also Matthew Scott from Site Solutions, our landscape architects who are working with us on the landscape portion of the town center development in the city center development, and particularly the green space. And they're here to present that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We've previously, I think, shown you a lot of this, but we wanted to emphasize where we have taken and advanced certain issues that came up in discussion. So on the first slide here, the highlighted items are the ones that we've heard where we needed to go back and look at things a little more closely. So the presentation is kind of a mix of things that have been there that are still in development, as well as these new guys. So I'll walk you all through that. This is the overall plan. We have the People's Building top left, library and civic center, and then 3 future restaurants. I did want to point out that on the top right, the restaurant footprint there has expanded both vertically and horizontally. So it's a little bit bigger that's shown there, and we have some slides later that deals with how that works with the park. One of the issues that came up was relative to reclaiming some of the existing brick on some of the structures that are under demolition. So we looked at this slide here to kind of see where we might be able to memorialize some small aspects of those bricks. So you'll see some areas in the park project where we can kind of put them into the paving, and the slides on the right are really just examples of that. One of the other issues that came up was existing trees, and Matt and our team walked with Chris Eldridge, the property, a while back, and identified those trees that, from our viewpoint, make the most sense to save. They would need to be dug up and repurposed, and the slide here shows where the ones that we've identified to reclaim and where we might be able to put them onto the new project. These are 2 of slides you may have seen before. They're 2 of the smaller kind of paseo areas on the project. On the left is the Reading Grove coming from kind of top center on the overall master plan. And the one on the left is, the one on the right is the Picnic Grove coming from bottom central on the plan. There is an area that we're looking at more closely. You can see the slide that we've always had on the plan that people like. And then right above it was an option that will show up here where we wanted to look at the introduction of a water feature that came up in discussions. And the slide here shows where it might work in terms of a water wall at the top, which would be pretty nice. Sound and visibility, works with lighting and graphics. That's yet to be a little bit more figured out, but that's an opportunity we wanted to get into the mix here. This area right here, one of the other features that was on the property was the carriage stop. That was a historical artifact, so we feel we can memorialize that in the spot and give it a little plaque and sign so that there's some continuity in both what was in the city and where we're going in the future with this. This was one of the original slides, kind of stage left, no pun intended. That is our stage on the left. And the green space here will have pretty good handicap access and terracing and a good-sized park. On the right here, we'll look at some changes. This is what we've identified as the Lodge area. And as you all probably know, between the Park Avenue and our kind of flat event space, there's probably anywhere from 9 to 12 feet of grade change as you go up Park Avenue. So we try to transition that in a little more theatrical way with some terracing that can really help activate the space when the restaurants and other programming all come online. So this is the earlier slide, and what we've made some adjustments here. This is just a sketch. The restaurant number 2 on the left of the screen is more indicative now of the footprint, where it's somewhat came into the park space a little bit and has some terraces. And with the team, we made some adjustments in terms of some additional lawn terraces that could work with that, and also respecting kind of general access from Park Avenue. And this area shows where we would have some ADA seating kind of in the terrace grouping as well. This is one other area, the composition of the lawn and how to deal with maintenance over time. If we're very successful, it'll be a very well-used park, but the issues of what is underfoot and what softens it, I'm going to let my colleague, Matt Scott, speak to.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Yep. What we originally had was a forever lawn. It was made up of 100% plastic materials, which is not very great for the environment. So we found a product called Sin Lawn that increases organic matter in there by 80%. If you look at the top right, there's basically 3 main components of the synthetic turf. It's the fibers, the infill, and then the backing. Those are all typically plastic. What the Sin Lawn product has is organic-based infill and a plant-based backing. So it's going to be a safer substitute, but still give us the durability that we would like to see here for flexibility and long-term maintenance for the event lawn.
I would like to add one of the other advantages with these lawn products is that relative to the turf area staying not soggy during rainfall events, is that it absorbs water like a sponge. Very good. So it is very practical in terms of scheduling events and having to deal with downtime and issues like that. So that all being said, just quickly, these are a bunch of illustrative slides that kind of show the park project in conjunction with the buildings around it. And like we mentioned, building number 2 up on the top left there is a somewhat expanded footprint from what this rendering shows. But you can see, and I think you've seen these before, the overall scale of the project relative to the way the architecture kind of cradles it in a good way, but we have a significant space and we have stage on the bottom left that is still being developed, the loge on top right, view from Park Avenue so that this trellis structure has some relationship to the stage over on the mid-center there that you can see. The view to the People's Building, the view from the stage back towards Park Avenue, a view closer to the event terrace that we will have both play and some seating opportunities, as well as some exterior dining. A view from Restaurant 2's terrace towards the stage area. A view a little further back from that same area. An older shot right now under redevelopment with the expanded footprint, but the kind of grade level terrace for restaurant number 2. An overview as you come from the lot to the north of the plaza area here, where you would come to, I guess, the front door more or less of the new Civic and Library building, and the Paseo coming down the grade change into the park. Ground level shot of the same. And from the Picnic Grove on Plan Center South coming into the project, that's where we will get some additional shaded structures. I think we'd like to make sure that we have a main event space, but also have some peripheral side areas where smaller groups could have LED screens and things going on so that there's a variety of activities that supports different scale groups. And still to be worked out, we are looking at possibly reclaiming and reusing some of the existing robotic arms from the prior assembly area, and we'll see how all that goes, but we're just kind of showing a footprint of its view in that area. Back to the slide, we have been looking at the shade aspects. We will cover that either through the positioning of the adjacent building, probably supplemented with some additional shade to make it worth. make it very usable. But our goal is to keep that little element of whimsy there to make it a fun place, something unexpected for guests coming into the park. This slide illustrates overall ADA access. We've been working with the architect and engineering team. I think we have all the public streets graded at 5% or less, so all these routes along the sidewalks feel and act like sidewalks, but stay under that threshold grade, so we don't need any handrails. And then we have multiple points of access into the park from different locations. This slide here is where we might have some graphic opportunities. Yet to be fully explored, but we'd like to work with DART and other agencies to see where there are opportunities for, excuse me, this is the graphic one, right?
Wayfinding and branding.
Wayfinding. We need to do some wayfinding and signage, which will kind of also tell the story of the place, but also kind of just alert people which way they're heading and whatnot. That's still a work in progress. This one, excuse me, I spoke out of turn. This is the art opportunities in between inscriptions and the paving, things that might work with the stage, the artifacts we talked about, and other things yet to be fully explored. We'd like to make sure there's a full representation of artistic elements that speak to the history of Doraville and speak to the future. I believe that's it.
All right. I have a quick question on the Sinlon product. How hot does it get in the summer? Because that's the complaint I've heard about synthetic.
I don't have actual numbers, but with the organic infill and the backing, it is a cooler product than the true plastic. So it doesn't retain as much heat in direct sunlight.
It gets hot, but not as hot.
Yes,
as
exactly.
fully-
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Henshaw.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the updates, the renderings. Thank you guys for the back and forth that you've been doing. You know, I'd originally come into this thinking I wanted a bigger area, and we just had a presentation about a 5-acre park over at Assembly that's got a, you know, seating for 5,000 people, or not seating, but area for 5,000 people with a new clamshell amphitheater that's coming. So like, we don't need to be double dipping with that. So, you know, I think somebody said it might have been Gary, but right sizing the park. You know, my initial thought was the ramp was too big. You guys made the ramp smaller that goes down into the park. It creates a really nice series of sort of terraces that can be activated, whether there's an event for seating or sort of throughout the days. I grew up outside New York City, and I keep thinking of all the little chess tables, you know, in the park where and you talked about having little TV areas, but like these little places where people go to gather to do their things. You know, little lawn bowling areas or whatever, and they can be kind of scattered about. It's really nice to have those little spaces tucked in there. So that's great. I did have a question about the heat island. I was looking it up when Joseph called me, so I'll look it up afterwards and chime back in. But I appreciate you looking at that, because it says it's 20% cooler than regular synthetic grass. So I don't know if that means it's 20% cooler than the surface of the sun, but it's you know, it's a starting point. Somebody else will bring up pets later, so I won't touch on that other than whoever was going to bring that up, please bring that up. I do know that there are companies that make polished concrete slides that are significantly cooler than the metal slides. And it might be worth looking at that. So if it's polished concrete and it's cooler, especially if it's out of a lighter color concrete, then we wouldn't have to have the awnings. And those awnings, I worry, are going to block this nice water feature that we're going to put in. So unless they're either movable awnings or a much lower down awning that sits low enough where it doesn't block the water feature and the view of that nice thing, I would just try to find as cool of a product as you can. I mean, we all burnt our butts as kids on metal slides, and that was life, but I understand we don't want to do that. So finding an alternative material so we don't have to put an awning on it would be great. I know the solar studies show that it's covered in shade sometimes, but not all the time. And I think that was pretty much it. But I appreciate the updates, and I'm really looking forward to the next one. And I please don't put 4 robotic arms in there. Find a place for 1, but make it a moment. But 4 is a little overwhelming. Give them back to Assembly. Let them find a use for them. Or put 1 in each of our parks. I don't care, but 4 in a row is a tough sell for me. But it's great. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Ray.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be brief too. I know we got a lot going on. Firstly, I like almost all of it. It's really great. I think you did a great job with the access and all the trees and the art. So I really appreciate it. I also appreciate you trying to find a more organic product with this Sinlon. I'm sympathetic to the goals of lower maintenance and all of that. I just do not like synthetic turf. I think even if you look at Sinlawn's own website, they state that just generically synthetic lawns can be 35 to 55 degrees hotter. I found a pretty detailed study while I was looking that up about how synthetic lawn, just the plastic fibers of the turf, you can lose 5 to 10% a year, which adds microplastics into our environment, but also over time is going to require maintenance itself. So I guess my only question is, if we move forward or vote on this moving forward, does it completely eliminate the opportunity for looking into natural grass or even other type of lawn coverage such as clover or creeping thyme or something that might be a little more robust under the load of a park? Or would this be, we're just moving forward straight away with this synthetic lawn?
We continue to look at it, but we'll probably do a deeper analysis into from a cost standpoint of regularly using natural turf in the active use space. How many times that's replaced versus going. I don't know if that's.
Taylor, I think Commissioner Ray, sorry. I think that one of the things that we were in particular looking at is, at the end of the day, it really is about when your park space is used and how often it is used. If it is as busy as we all hope it is going to be, there really isn't a natural turf that will hold up if there is a rain event and will go right away. And it really becomes a thing that you start needing to look at hardscape instead of that, and that will add obviously more heat. So it's one of those things where we have looked at this extensively. I do think that with natural things, what we're also worried about is the amount of maintenance and also the amount of fertilizing, all sorts of other things that have to take place. You will also be impacting the environment negatively doing all of that maintenance. So it becomes a question of it's like, in order to save an environmental aspect in one area, are we causing more harm? And so we were trying to look at it at a full life cycle sort of approach of what actually does the best for you in the long run. I'm very cognizant of microplastics and everything like that as well. Also the heat. I think that I don't know that we will find a better solution. We will continue to look at that. We looked at potentially coconut fiber products and things like that. And the technology isn't there yet in a lot of respects. I think it might get there in the next 10 or 20 years. But what I worry about is you guys having a financial drain in your city park by creating some.
What's the lifespan of the product?
I've seen it.
Okay. Yeah. I hear you. I'm sympathetic to all that, and I appreciate the amount of work you're putting into it. I think I would at least be interested if you've done a life cycle assessment of this product and the amount of energy that goes into it versus maintenance. I at least would be interested in getting an email or seeing some of that. We have sports fields in our parks. They're heavily used. They get heavily used and we still seem to have grass on them. Sports fields I know can be built up to drain well so that, raining before an event, I think wouldn't be a problem. I think fine moving forward with this, but I would like to see some of that study and leave it kind of open-ended on that for at least council to see the difference in numbers. I can only speak for myself, but if the cost difference is 5 to 10%, between the two, I think the joy of being on natural grass, seeing actual nature, I think that's a worthwhile cost to pay. And that's just me. The rest of council would have to determine that, but I would like to at least see the numbers before outright moving forward with that one product. But other than that, I think it's an awesome job, and I really appreciate you guys listening to all the feedback. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks, Mayor. Let's see. I'll make this fast. I love where you guys put the water fountain, the water feature. That was great. I think it flows well, looks great. I also love the overhang of building 2 to give you shade for underneath with the seating, also the views to the stage. That was really nice. I would love to see more bar tops around the open green space. If you guys could just look at strategically placing them. You know, I don't want to inundate it with them and overload it, but it is such a benefit. If you go to Milton, I think it is, they're out there along the back where, you know, people want to go up and watch their kids, grab a beer or a drink or whatever, sit there. They can look down and watch them, watch the concert. It's just an easy place to like go and sit and pack more people in and have a good time and feel, you know, have your space as opposed to dragging a chair and crowding it, because people are going to go there around that perimeter. So just look at that when you guys place. So, because I saw them here on the Loge, you know, the bar tops overlooking the event space, and it made me think of Milton, and it's great how they have them there. So if you could see it putting them more around, like, you know, the kid, just around the green space, I'll let you guys do that. That's just a suggestion. So I was going to ask about the heat component, as Mayor Geierman did. Just a thought. I just thought of it. I don't even know if it's out there, but is there, of course, it's more money, more maintenance. Is there something that you can install to recirc water underneath to keep the plastic cool in a sense, or cooler? Just look into that. I don't know. Just thinking about it, some circulating system that filters through. I mean, of course, you're going to have white waste and all that stuff, you know, white water and all that. But I'm just saying, just see if there's something out there, then maybe it'll keep it a little cooler.
You know that most of these synthetic turf, especially in these kind of entertainment areas, you will want to install an irrigation system on it so that you can clean it after events.
Yeah.
You can also run it before events to cool it down.
Yeah. So I think that's worth it, you know, especially because like I love natural grass too, but just thinking about, you have a big event the day before, you get a humongous rainstorm, then it's over, you know, and you really can't change that. But with this type turf, so I understand that. And then I don't know, this popped in my head. I don't even know if we're allowing grilling or any kind of cooking there, but if we do, how does that hold up to heat and all that? Like, I guess that's a council
Synthetic turf?
discussion. Yeah.
Synthetic turf, I think its fire rating is really, really low. So if a flame does hit it, it doesn't flame up, it just dies.
Yeah, but I meant replacement, all just burns it, singes it. You got to replace it type
You would
deal.
replace it in like a 5 or 2 foot section, depending.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that's something we'll talk about later. But I just wanted to hear how it treated, like if a coal dropped down. So, okay, thank you.
Quick little replacement.
Yeah.
Cut it out and sew it back in.
Sweet, thank you.
Councilmember Armistead?
Is it in like carpet squares, or does it come in one giant sheet of?
Comes in one giant sheet, probably about 10 feet wide. Varies between manufacturer. They'll roll it out and they sew them in together.
Oh, wow.
And then if there's an incident, a burn or something like that, they'll come in and cut it and do the same thing.
Scratch it.
Yeah, I also like real grass. I understand where Councilmember Ray is coming from. I think I'd love to get as close to that as we possibly could, but I understand the issues, and I would love to see all the options before we decide, but I understand what we're up against there.
I do want to bring up another challenging point of this site. The lawn is the lowest point between all these buildings. When you usually put natural turf in the lowest point, water is going to stay there and sit there. Even though you crown it, even though you'll have the best drainage system, over time, the soil will compact and become more of just a muddy mess. And it will have to be replaced pretty frequently. With this thin lawn, it does perk really, really well. You don't have to crown it, and it will stay that way for as long as it's in. So it's a pretty good drainage system.
I really like the idea of the concrete slide. I'm just envisioning that metal slide with the glare, and will it get dented? I don't know. I would love to see some other, I like the idea of the slide. I'd love to see some other material options if that's possible. And I also, last week at our meeting, we talked about the possibility of selling like commemorative bricks to people. And I'm wondering, A, if we talked to you guys about that yet, and B, if that would go in those same areas that those reclaimed bricks would go.
There's a lot of flexibility along the sidewalk to maybe do dedicated commemorative bricks for residents to sign. And then I think the reclaimed brick piece, I don't know if we could engrave in those because of its wear and tear, and it could basically destroy the brick. So there's other opportunities that you could have that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Evans?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. Thank you for bringing it up, Carrie. So I guess you all have heard about the Legacy Walk Council proposed for the brick area. Okay. So one of the sidewalks is proposed to be a dedication for almost like the Brave Stadium for I think you get what I'm saying, but residents could use it, or they could buy a brick, dedication, HOAs, organizations, et cetera. So to your point, I don't know if that could be the reclaimed brick or a new design altogether.
Can you explain that further? It's a legacy of,
It's just people would buy a brick and they would get it laid.
Brick
So
dedication.
you'd see your family name or whatever.
plenty of opportunities to locate those if we could. And we're all aboard, Canvas will work for the side guy, like to actually, energize people, make things great.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Evans is that, or Councilor Member Evans is that we've got pavers everywhere. So there's plenty of places for us to have people. So if you guys can sell them, we can probably put them.
And the flexibility of pavers is you take them in and out. So it's, in other words, over time, they can be adjusted to deal with these issues very nicely.
Yep.
Yeah, and the goal is not to make a profit, but just it pays for itself. Outside of that, it was actually Taylor and I that went to Duluth. Have you all been up there and seen kind of what they've done with their downtown? The reason I'm asking is because they have the artificial turf in their downtown corridor, and it's adjacent to where the kids play through the splash pad. And their biggest complaint and gripe was pets. And that even though it says not allowed in this turf area because of the placement and maintenance, it's a continued issue even years later that they're constantly replacing the artificial turf because urine seeps deep down in it, and there's no resolution except to replace the entire pad or cut it out, and it's really expensive. And I was talking to the mayor and a council member. So that's my concern when it comes to, I guess, if it's the elevation that's a concern of just always being wet in our area. But also I studied Peachtree Corners and their town center. Amazing. I have to give them a kudos. And they actually have a mix of both. So there's the green space in the middle, but then on the ends where the kids play, it's actually the artificial turf because it's more wear and tear, according to them. And it wasn't bad, but I didn't know if that was a compromise in a sense, if we could use both and maybe one over the other in certain areas.
We can look at that.
Okay. I like the ideal of at least two of the robotic arms. Maybe they talk to each other, or that's a gateway entrance for
Hopefully
Beaufort
one, and then we
Highway.
have at least two.
Even use the feedback. And then also, if it's going to be, I guess, just regular grass, is there, I don't know how big this is, the canopy over the main area as well? Like a shade, or is that possible? Instead of just the smaller shades, but one that goes over that if needed, just depending on if it's inclement weather?
We've done some of those on private projects. It's very expensive.
I think Councilmember Simmons has a comment.
You don't really want shade over grass, though.
If,
I mean-
is it not retractable, but if we needed to have it, is it a possibility to be there?
I believe we were considering some sleeves in the lawn for smaller shade at certain points, but I think you're referring to more of a permanent and larger structure.
It doesn't
Which
have to.
we've done on some projects on synthetic turf, but not on natural turf.
Okay.
And this is a pretty good sized area. Again, I know the comments was it's not huge, but it's also not small. So it's a big ticket item. So we can think about it, but it's not something we have programmed, nor would necessarily recommend right now. But we'll look at it.
Well, while we're on that topic with the canopies, I know in certain climates, in certain areas, with the canopies, they actually have misters. And is that a possibility to have that along? So there are cooling stations kind of throughout the space when it does get too hot.
Misters tend to work better in hot and dry climates. Think of the Southwest because of the way that the performance works. So I don't know if you have any other experience.
Too humid?
It's a little too humid, I think, to really make that work.
And then the last one was, I heard mention of TVs here and there, but is there a proposal for a large television area for game watching, things of that nature?
But the architects speak, but I think the stage has an opportunity to present a larger screen format for big events and watch parties. And then what we were really speaking to was smaller ones, just to have some ad hoc groupings and things going on elsewhere.
So the stage itself, we're looking at including on sort of the backdrop, some sort of LED screen for either sports watching or live video of what's happening on the stage, even potentially, or what may be going on elsewhere in town or something. If you guys wanted to bring in live feeds of that sort of thing, if there's a swearing in or something, or some special event inside that you wanted everybody else to be able to see, you know, that kind of thing could happen very easily as well. But I think that that is one of the things that will help activate your park, certainly, is having something there that that can drive people even if there isn't a live event going on.
Gotcha. That's it. The other thing, and I know this is, I don't know if this is in our budget, but digital wayfinder signs where you can actually pinpoint touchscreen, where's the restaurant, where's City Hall, where's the library? Is that something that's been thought of, or conceptually even to be a guidance to people new to the area?
That might be something that the development crew is potentially thinking about. And
Gary Sobel, I know all you guys. These are great comments of items that we can take a deeper look at. I can say the digital wayfinders has not been explored. We can explore it. I think the importance tonight is to consider the plan in its entirety, allow a vote to move this forward, and we can certainly explore. I understand the turf situation. We can explore that and bring that back. But I'd like to see us move this plan forward. Time, I hate to say it, is of the essence. There are some items here on specific design that we can certainly take a deeper look at, come back to you and share with you what we've seen and whether or not it can be accomplished. We're also trying to stay well within budgets, and all the items that have been brought up, great ideas. I would call them more in the wish list world. We want to stay on the budget side. Let's see where we are. But I'd like to recommend and request that we give this a shot to move forward.
And you're right, Gary. That is an excellent point. I like the plan overall. I like everything that's here. It was just those additional things I potentially would like to see.
The team will definitely review all of that and come back to council.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Kuntz.
No, I mean, I share that natural grass would be really comfortable and nice and all that stuff. But I also know that, like you said, if this park gets used like we thought, the grass is just constantly going to be wreck. And I know even like the ball fields, and you know this, Chuck, that they'd have to rotate the fields. So it's like, no, you can't play on this field for 2 weeks while the grass recovers from having, a whole Saturday of gameplay. And that was just one day. And I know at Piedmont Park, they've had times when you go out there, they'll have just big sections of the park lawn roped off to let the grass recover. And this is a pretty small area that I'd hate to see it get to the point where we're constantly roping it off and saying you can't walk on the grass because it's grass, needs to regrow and that sort of thing. This Sin Lawn looks like a nice product. My question or a concern is figuring out a solution to pets. And I know you said if you put an irrigation system out there, like at night, it can come on and wash the, because dogs are going to pee in the park or whatever, and other stuff. And, we'll have people obviously cleaning up. And I don't want it to be the kind of thing where we tell people you can't bring your pets to the park. That's not going to be popular either. And, so how would this product deal with, like, say a dog pees in the park and then the sprinkler runs? Is that going to wash that off and go through the substrate into the ground and just be not an issue? Or is that going to be an issue with this product?
I haven't seen it an issue if you irrigate it and it just goes through. So it's just a regular maintenance, just wash it down after events or heavy weekend use.
Right.
It should not be a big issue. Now, if you have a post in the corner of the lawn where the dogs want to go all the time, I could see that over time being not a nice area to be at. So
Right.
I think overall, this will be easily resolved with an irrigation flush on a regular basis. And then just telling people, dog use, clean up after your dogs and all that.
No, and I like the idea too of, 'cause if it is a really hot summer day, you could just have the sprinklers come on for a little bit and kind of cool the grass off, and kids playing the sprinklers and stuff, and it might add something kind of fun to the park. So now I'm fine with this, and my vote's for 2 arms, not 2 arms, not 4. I'm good with 2. And then, and the rest of it I love.
The dog issue, we've done a lot of dog parks, so we use synthetic turf in there with the irrigation system. So it's specifically a condensed area for social
So
greeting.
you've done dog parks with synthetic turf with irrigation, and it's been okay.
Some municipalities, it's even been mandated.
Great.
We can bring you some information on that. so you-
No, I'd take your word for it. If you feel like that's okay, I'm fine with the synthetic grass.
Councilmember Henshaw, you had something else you want to add?
Yeah, Will, I just want to thank you for your enthusiasm, but if my wife shows up at my swearing in, I'll be lucky. So I'm not sure that we need a TV screen for the overflow for that. So, but thank you. I appreciate that.
What I was thinking actually is there might be a special guest reading at the library or something like that.
That makes more sense.
And you might be able to watch it from the lawn.
So we're actually joined tonight by Councilmember-elect MD Nasser. I want to congratulate him. And also, Councilmember-elect, if you have any comments that you want to give or feedback you want to give, you don't have a vote, but we're happy to hear from you. Please, in the mic though, please.
Thank you, everyone, for voting me again and elect me. I really appreciate it. I'm not very fan of synthetic turf. I'd like to see the nature. It's easy to replace. I know despite a lot of other issues gonna come with it, but it's very easy to replace, no matter what. And dries out, doesn't have no carcinogen, it doesn't have no allergy to any other people. It's not gonna affect any children plays. Many people have many type of diseases. Could be, it could come with other stuff that not gonna be suitable to the children. So I rather have natural grass. Or at the same time, I'm not sure. I like to see water, not waterfall like when you go to Centennial Olympic Park, you see the water, children play with it. If there is a chance to add it to it, or I'm not sure what's been done to it. I'm just.
You would like to see
I
that.
like to see it, if possible.
Didn't you say you're looking at that water feature?
Yes, we identified a slide and a location from our vantage point, more of a water wall, not necessarily a splash fountain. So that's currently where we're at.
Anything else, Councilmember-elect?
Actually, that's all for now. I appreciate it if I can, we can see the water splash.
We have another presentation a little bit later, so I invite you to stay. We'll be happy to get your comments then too.
I'll stick around.
Great. All right, so are there any other comments anyone has? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve the city center landscape design as presented.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. All right, so we have, I apologize to people who've been waiting for us to hear their variances and CUPs, but we're to that part of the meeting now, so we'll get started on that.
Right, and I'll go kind of quick on this one. It's a fairly simple request. So V 2514, and this is a request regarding a fence at 6545 New Peachtree Road. The applicant is the property owner, Mr. Ronald Tafour, and he's requesting a variance specifically related to the orientation of the fence. As we've had a couple of cases in the past couple of years, the code requires when you're doing a privacy fence that the part with the frames be inside and not oriented outside. Anyway, so here's the street view of the property and its location. It's on the north side of New Peachtree Road, close to where it intersects with Beaufort Highway. Here's a site plan. So the orange line that you can kind of see on here is an existing chain link fence that still exists. And then the blue line is on the inside of that existing chain link fence is a wooden privacy fence built by Mr. Tafour. So in this graphic, so the green lines, the bits that are between the house and the side property lines are oriented in the correct way. The red line are the parts that are oriented in the wrong direction. And then you have some photos here of what that looks like. On the rear of the property, there is a fairly significant drop, about 15 feet from the rear property line to the landscape supply company that is in the rear property off of Beaufort Highway. Staff are recommending approval with one condition, that condition being that this approval only applies to the rear portion where this steep drop off is, because there's just difficulty accessing that part of the site. On the other sides, it is flat and there's not really any difficulty in accessing that. So, Planning Commission also recommended approval with staff's condition. Let me know if you have any questions, and the property owners as well.
All right. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Good evening, I'm Ronald Tafour, and mainly the request is to avoid redoing the backside because the topography drops. And then on the side, since I have double fence, it's kind of like limited the space to work, but I can manage to fix that side. And on the left side, my neighbor has a old shed and there is a lot of vegetation that my request will be if I can fix the right side and the left side, just the portion that is visible, which is about half of that. That's pretty much my only request. And if I can do it in shadow box style, which is as the face, it will be out. I mean, it already has the inside face. So I will add the outer part.
Did you talk to your neighbors about it?
I did before building the fence, and they were agree because my main concern was about the height of it because it's 8 foot tall. And I asked them, I double checked here as well, and the height it's okay. But I didn't know that it needed to be facing out instead of facing inward. So that was my mistake. And now, in order for me to fix it, I would like to probably fix the sides. But here is the full size. Like this is the front of my house, this is the back. And here, like I said, the neighbor is like, they are not even able to see the fence, like on this side, like from half all the way to the back. So if I can fix just the visible part, would be great.
How many feet are there between the shed and the fence?
I mean, up between the shed and the fence, probably 2 feet, 2 or maybe 2.5.
Well, let's see what questions council has. I stay nearby and we'll see. We'll start with Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks, Mayor. Is I guess either one of you two, the chain link fence on your property or your neighbor's property?
Like it was pre-existing. The reason why I built another one was because I have the problems with the homeless people living across the street. And also with the dust coming from the property, the commercial landscaping supplies. Whenever they scoop out like mulch or something like that, everything, like not everything, but some of the dust. That's why I do the wooden fence instead of just keeping the chain link.
No, understandable. So my next question is, why didn't you take down the chain link fence?
Mainly for probably like double protection. Yes, and the chain link fence has been there for years and it's not in their best condition, but still it's holding really well. And yeah, I just keep it.
That was it. I just want to know if it was your chain link fence on your property and then why you didn't take it down. Those are really all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Armistead?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Also about the double fence is because like behind my property is the landscaping supply business. And right next to that is Indian supermarket and restaurant that they have a commercial trash can in the back. But sometimes you have raccoons coming into the property. So by having two fences probably is going to help somehow.
All right, we'll see if council has any other questions for you. Councilmember Coons?
No, I'm fine with the rear property being left alone because obviously that big drop off and everything, we don't want anybody getting hurt. And I mean, I can't really see in these pictures what you're talking about on the side that with the shed and stuff. It's not.
Yeah, that picture is not there, but it will be like the picture on the top. Like I have enough space to rebuild one part, but the other part is like there is the back of the shed of the neighbors and.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I wish I could see what you're talking about because I'm just taking your word that it's. I mean, have you seen Austin to verify like what or can we? Because I'm not, it's mainly, if the visible part got fixed, I'm pretty okay with that. But I can't really see what we're talking about. Anyway, that was my only question.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, what's here in front of me, I can't, I can't make a decision without being able to see it, Oh, yeah.
You, show everybody, just
Show everybody
like
that
quickly,
because
yeah.
You can't work in there and replace the fence. There's not enough room. There's not enough room in there to work.
Yeah, besides that, they are.
You can see, show these guys, show these guys.
I'm okay with that. You can't see it. It's like you got this much room in front of the camera.
Okay.
Pretty much. Even if it's more.
Okay. Let us see what other questions the council has, but thank you for showing us that. Councilmember Evans?
No, thank you for showing us, but your original reason for putting up the fence is because you're adjacent to commercial property?
Yes, like
Oh.
the only residential property that I have is on the left side, if you're facing the house, but the properties in the back, they are on Beaufort Highway and all of them are commercials. And the one on the right side is a Latino church that mainly work on the weekends.
Gotcha.
So it's empty, that lot, and across the street is the Martha Railroad.
Mm.
There are some homeless people living there that, for some reason, sometimes they stay in the backyard of the Latino church. Why, I don't know, but you see also some people.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henshaw?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm fine with everybody else's, opinions concurrently. I want to point out to the general public that might be listening, all 6 of you. One of the reasons we mandate that fences face the way we do is not just because the pretty side out, but the horizontal rails that are typically on fences that hold the vertical boards wind up acting as a ladder. So it's actually doesn't really keep people out. It actually provides a ladder for people to climb in. So that's one of the main reasons that either a true horizontal fence has a small enough gap that you can't put your fingers and toes in, or you have the vertical boards facing out so that the horizontal rails don't act as a fence. So anyway, that's one of the reasons why the code is the way the code is. It's for safety. But I'm fine with what the council suggests. Thank you.
Councilmember Ray?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm fine with this. Austin, does our code allow the in-out shadow box style fencing currently? It does? Okay. So if he wanted to replace the fence and do it that way, that's not a need for a variance or anything like that. So we don't need to reference that. Okay, yeah, no further questions. Thanks.
Well, I apologize to everyone. This was a public hearing, so I'd like to open it up to the public to see if they have any comments. We'll first open up to people who are in favor of this variance. All right, I'm not seeing anyone or raised hands on Zoom. Anyone opposed to the variance? You can have up to 10 minutes to speak. All right, we're going to close the public hearing. I'd like to ask council if they'd like to waive first read.
I'll make a motion to waive first read.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to waive first read. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
Make a motion to approve V25-14 as council commented.
Adding in the part where he doesn't have to.
Yeah,
But-
as council, yeah, sorry. With the note that he doesn't have to replace or repair the section behind the shed.
Behind the shed or at the very back?
Or the very back.
Or along the back of the property. I apologize.
All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Henshaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz?
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead?
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes.
Councilmember Ray?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. You're good to go.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. This agenda item is for a conditional use permit that was submitted by JBL Rental Management. They want to be allowed to operate a automotive and truck rental facility. The applicant, Mr. Chang, he's proposing to operate a car rental establishment to rent cars exclusively on the Turo platform, which is a web and application-based program. Here is a slide of where the office building is located. It's located in the Peachtree Renaissance Office Complex off of Peachtree Boulevard. As you can see, there's many multi-tenant office buildings. What you can also see here is there is a existing Enterprise Rent-A-Car separate from this business, but is also located on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard or Peachtree Boulevard. Here's the facade of the office building. Here is where the office and parking spaces for the rental cars will be located. Business operation details include vehicle pickup and returns between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. by appointment only. The operation will be solely run by the business owner. He hopes to add more employees if the business grows. There will be approximately 12 vehicles stored on site, and everything from bookings to communication to payments, it'll all be handled online through the app. So no walk-in traffic, and everything will be by appointment only, even handoffs and pickups. Per the office complex leasing manager, there's a total of 332 parking spaces in this entire complex. The applicant's lease agreement does limit them to only have 5 daily use parking spaces per day. And it also restricts them to 12 assigned parking spaces for his specific business. So the lease agreement does limit the number of parking spaces that he's allowed for his business. Here is a photo of the office. It's about 1,666 square feet. There's also a photo of what the inside of the office looks like currently. And finally, here's the area where the rental cars will be parked, which is adjacent to the, I believe he'll have access from his windows to the vehicles. But also the leasing manager did say that she also has access to this area as well, out of her office. Staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval. The applicant is here tonight to speak about their business and to answer any questions.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council Member, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bao Vu. I'm a first-generation immigrant who comes from a long line of business owner. I grew up watching my family work hard, help others, along with build the American dream through, providing opportunities. Those values are what bring me here today. I'm requesting approval to operate a responsible car sharing business in the city. It's a modest, carefully curated fleet that is tailored to short-term and medium term, such as the people who travel in, such as traveling nurses, consultants, along with gig workers as well. It's a part of the community that I live in and care about because I live 5 minutes away from the office. But first, I want to highlight the local economics benefit, which when visitors or resident use a vehicle sharing business through us, they typically spend money, whether it be gas on return or such as, local restaurants and small business shops nearby. Even though this is a small operation, it helps keep the money circulating within the city. And we also are employing locals as well in order to keep everything, within their city. Second, I also help residents who to offset some of their high car loans through co-hosting. This is something I truly take pride in. I work with people with high car payments or any car payments or idle cars as well, which I can speak in a second. And it allows them to this allows me to manage their vehicle on their behalf through my car sharing network. It gives the everyday family a way to kind of ease the financial pressure of a car payment. It directly helps people in our community to improve their financial situation. And third is that this business model supports sustainable and efficient transportation. Instead of adding more vehicles to the road or requiring new infrastructures, or car sharing makes it a better way to kind of offset idle cars, and you are able to share these vehicles with others who need them while they're traveling or gig workers. And that's our business model for a small percentage of our fleet. And finally, I want to emphasize that the commitment to a responsibly, sorry, let me rephrase that. I want to emphasize my commitment and responsibility of these vehicles in terms of meeting compliance to their fullest, operational spec. All the vehicles are fully insured, well-maintained, along with regularly inspected. So the platform allows us anywhere between 6 to a year to submit our inspection sheet. We typically do this monthly just to make sure that these are in compliance with the city. And again, like I said, I live 5 minutes away, and I would want these to be safely on the road as well. So I care deeply about the neighborhood and the responsibility of our neighbor. So in closing, the business reflects who I am, someone who works hard, help others, and want to contribute positively to the community. I'm committed to operating responsibly, transparently, and in full partnership with the city's expectation. I truly believe that in small business can bring value not only to the visitors and workers and to the locals, residents as well.
Great. Thank you. We may have questions for you, but I ask you to have a seat for a minute, and we're going to open it up to the public hearing. So I'd like to invite anyone wishing to speak for this conditional use permit to come up to the podium. You can have up to 10 minutes to speak. And you can also use the raise hand function on Zoom. All right. Not seeing anyone come up, so we'll open it up to anyone wishing to speak against this CUP. Not seeing anyone come up, so we are going to close the public hearing, and I will ask council what questions they have. Councilmember Armistead.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't see any issues with this, especially with the enterprise business right nearby. I guess if you want to have 12 cars, but you're only allowed 5 in your lease agreement. That's between you and your landlord, I guess, right?
Of course.
But I don't think I have any questions other than that. Thank you. And, oh, I do, I'm sorry. So somebody will be in the office for the entire time that the cars are being picked up and,
Typically, yeah, we don't leave until maybe 10 or so. We're working out with our landlord to see how long we're allotted to in terms of like staying on the lot and things like that.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Simmons?
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate your drive for the business. Like that's awesome. You know, wanting to get out there and do that. And I actually just learned something about co-hosting people with high car payments. That's actually a great idea on your part and for them to help out. That's actually pretty cool. No, I meant I'm definitely in favor of it. My question was just about the parking spaces, but Councilmember Armistead clearly stated that's between him and the leasing person. So I'm not even going to ask that question because you're right. You know, we have nothing to do with that.
I love it when council let's the lease handle it.
Yep. So good luck, and I'm definitely in favor of it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ray.
Yeah, thanks for being here and the patience sitting through everything, but it's a cool idea and excited for you, but I've got no problem with it.
Councilmember Kuntz,
Yeah, no problem. No questions?
Councilmember Evans.
Thank you for being here. Glad your business is growing to the capacity you need more space.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henshaw.
Great presentation. Thank you. I do actually have one question, and this is for staff. Because this is a CUP, and we're just saying parking cars and trucks, would it be possible to put a commercial vehicle limit of 10,001 pounds on this so that if in the future it rolls over to a different business, that, I mean, the only thing I could think of is if you have a new electric Hummer, that's the only vehicle I could think of that weighs more than that, that could be possibly be a commercial vehicle, or that could possibly be a non-commercial vehicle that weighs that much. So I would like to put that clause in there, just that would prevent any future CUP from coming in and renting box trucks out of there or something like that. And if the rest of council is okay, and if you want to discuss that, but that's,
Good idea.
I'll make the motion for that, so.
Would anyone like to waive first read? Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Henshaw, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve, but adding in a clause that no vehicles over 10,001 pounds shall be allowed to be leased out of this site during the through the CUP.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
We haven't voted yet, but just
Just saying thank you for
I'll second.
do we have a second?
Second.
Over 10,000 pounds because it starts at 10,000.
Said 10,001.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
government.
Any discussion? Councilmember Henshaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz,
Yes.
Councilmember Ray,
Yes.
or Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. We're going to talk about the Z2505 and CUP 2505 together.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And we can do the public hearing for both at the same time.
Correct. But they will be needed to vote on separate.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. These next two items on the agenda tonight, they'll be presented together, but they will be needed to be voted on separately. The rezoning will come first, and then the CUP should follow. The applicant, Cheng-Woo Lee, is he has submitted a CUP application asking for your consideration for approval on a rezoning and a conditional use permit for a property located at 6489 Peachtree Boulevard. He is asking to rezone the property from O&I to T5, and he is also asking for a conditional use permit for a commercial recreation establishment that is greater than 3,000 square feet. The property is located also on Peachtree Boulevard. It is adjacent to a couple of auto repair shops, multi-tenant office building. There's also a large warehouse business park located directly behind this property. Here's a street view of the property in question. The last business to occupy this space, it was a rug cleaning and leather care business. They, on our files, the last time they renewed was in 2022. So this property has been sitting vacant since then. There you go. Here's a existing and proposed floor plan. So On the left-hand side, it's primarily currently a large workroom space. And then for the proposed, Mr. Lee is proposing to do a couple of private golf simulator rooms there to the left-hand side. And then to the right of the proposed floor plan, there's going to be a couple of open golf simulator areas. He's also proposing to have some concessions for drinks, non-alcoholic drinks. He has not said anything about alcohol. And also he is proposing to sell golf supplies. His goal is to be able to provide golf lessons by a golfing instructor, host leagues, tournaments, and social events. Hours of operation will be from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. He anticipates that there will be about 7 people on staff. In regard to the proposed zoning, here's a few renderings of what it could look like on the inside. But in regard to the proposed zoning, we had to look back at historical zoning maps. This property used to be zoned C2, and that designation was on the property since as far as back as 1966. The C2 allowed for everything in our commercial districts, from our neighborhood type uses all the way to like our most intense commercial uses. O&I does not allow for many commercial uses. It only restricts it to office and educational, also institutional type uses. So with the zoning change from C2 to O&I, that has severely impacted the property owner to be able to find some tenants that can operate in the space as office. And as you all know, office kind of took a big hit during COVID and has not made a rebound. So rezoning it to T5, T5 acts like our C2, but it is our mixed use district, so it also allows for residential. So it is not a huge ask. Also, T5 does well on major arterial roads. As y'all know, it's found all over our Buford Highway corridor. It is found kind of sprinkled on Peachtree Boulevard. And so the request here is not too crazy of an ask. The comp plan designates this area as Office Hub. Office Hub does not allow for T5. It only allows for O&I and OW districts. But staff is going to look at this area more closely. We're going to consider if the Office Hub character area is even appropriate, given the times that we live in today. And we're going to evaluate if parcels fronting along Peachtree Boulevard should allow for T5 to expand the types of businesses that would be allowed on Peachtree Boulevard. So no, the comp plan does not support it, but we're going to look into it. And as you know, we're going to be updating our comp plan by October of next year. Staff and Planning Commission both recommended approval for the rezoning. For the CUP, we are recommending approval with one condition, that the fencing on site shall comply with the current city regulations on fencing. The reason why is that in the front yard, there is a chain link fence with a barbed wire. Front yard fencing is just not allowed in commercial zones, period. Also, barbed wire is not allowed in the T5 district. This condition also comes into play because of parking. This severely takes away a lot of the parking. The required number of spaces for this business would be at least 45 to 50 parking spaces. And that's the exact amount that this parking lot has. So to have a gated, fenced-in front yard, we would just want that removed so that we know that this site can be available for parking. Also in the rear yard, it does have barbed wire, but fences are allowed in the rear yard. So all they would need to do is just remove that barbed wire fence. But those are the conditions, the condition for the CUP. And we're recommending just a straight approval for the rezoning. And some
Mr. Lee
representatives.
said he wasn't going to be here, but there's somebody to speak on
Exactly.
his behalf. So I'd like to invite you to make a few brief comments if you want.
Good evening. My name is Yunmi Hampton.
James Hampton.
We're from Lilburn. Go ahead, Annie. You want to say something first? Or?
No, you.
Okay, so our friend, Mr. Lee, is out of state. He went on to Honduras for mission work. So he asked us to stand and represent him, and so we are here. You know, he is willing to comply with about the fencing, you know, taking it down, whatever it is needed. But he's asking for approval because I noticed that you know, like in Duluth, they have a golf simulator facilities, and it is growing. And you know, I don't know how to golf. Do you? Do any of you got, you do? Yeah. Well, I don't know. So this would be great. You know, when I first came to Georgia, I worked at Swanee Firearms Training System. It's called FATS. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. Well, it is a simulator where police officers, fire, you know, departments, military, and what we do is we take the gun and take the bullets out and we put the simulator. So they practice and that way they know how to handle things. And to me, like golfing would be a good thing, especially young people, teach them how to play golf. And then also I noticed at Doraville, you know, this will be a revenue for you because it brings, you know,
the tax base.
tax, yes. So, you know, this is a win-win situation. And I think
And looking at your 5-year comprehensive
Yes,
plan, it has a lot of, this has a lot of that in there. Because, you know, like he said, during the pandemic, a lot of people, the office just didn't work, you know, because people work from home now. I think y'all had 14% when I looked it up. Well, what this would do is bring more people, more activity into your city, increase your tax base. It has a lot of your comprehensive plan. It brings diversity because different people like to play golf. But I just think it's a great opportunity.
it sure is.
All right. Well, we may have some questions about the business and we'll call on you if if we do. This is a public hearing. So we're going to open the public hearing for both Z25-05 and CUP 2505. First, for anyone wishing to speak in favor, you can have up to 10 minutes to speak. Yeah. You're welcome to if you want, but you don't have to.
I'm in favor.
All right. Anyone? We're going to close the part for people wishing to speak in favor. Open up to anyone wishing to speak against. Not hearing anyone, so we're going to close the public hearing. And I don't know. I guess, council, I would say that this is pretty straightforward. I will say I've talked to Mr. Lee. He's very excited about opening this business. I'm not sure that we're going to find like a great office user for this space. But is there any comments anyone wants to make over here? Councilmember Kuntz?
Yeah, my only question is, and it's mainly because it's become an epidemic in the city. Were there any plans of having those like coin operated poker machines in this place? I mean, would you be opposed to us saying you can't do that? You can't have the coin operated poker machines
I
as
don't
part of the
I
CUP?
don't think that Mr. Lee will put in no poker because first.
No, but I'm just saying it's such an epidemic in the city.
No.
We're really trying to restrict the places they can install them.
No, I know that
Cool.
we are, yes.
That's the only question I have. Otherwise, I love it.
All right.
Anything else on this side? Councilmember, let's go with Councilmember Evans. And
Great idea. I love to have it here. I'm just concerned, one thing, I know the building has a lot of glass. So I guess with the restructuring of how this would be done, it would be covered in some kind of way?
I can answer that. I can answer that one if you want. I'm building one.
I mean, it looked like the glass
Yeah.
is all covered.
They have, they have screens and backdrops that you all hit to. There's no glass exposed. I'm actually building one downtown in a building on the 3rd floor with way more glass than this.
Yeah, this at one of our
And they-
offices, and there's not even a ball.
Yeah, they have sound panels and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Renshaw?
Yeah, two things. I would ask that they look at, it looks like a very old parking lot, and with parking being, I would like to see new striping put in place, just to make sure that it's clear and visible. And we might not have to put that as part of this, but just be aware that that would come up. And the other thing is,
Believe that he's going to follow all the protocols that
Yeah.
you presented to him because he really is excited about opening this. This will be helpful to the city as well as the community. So, yes.
and I'd also suggest that he look into our alcohol ordinance, as we do have a secondary use permit for alcohol sales. So if he does want to sell beer or wine to them, that's something that he could look into in the future. Just worth looking into. That's it.
Comments on this side? Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, you can. Okay, my question, I have two, but one's for Albert. Does any of this activate any work on the outside sidewalk or landscape or anything like that? Just want, if it's no, it's fine. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, everything would be interiors and
That's fine. That's fine. And then I really like, that we're activating this building compared to what it's been. I've driven by it numerous times, so I'm glad to see that. And I guess my only other comment is for you, not for the younger crowd. If you want to learn to golf, just drink and swing, and you'll be fine.
All right. I think that's all the questions the council has. So I'd like to see, would anyone like to waive first read on the Z20, the rezoning
I'll make a motion to waive first read on Z dash
2505?
25-05.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. Would anyone like to make a motion on Z2505?
Make a motion to pass Z 2505 with the conditions that staff recommended with the fencing regulations related to the city.
That's on the CUP.
You want the, to add?
On the CUP too. Can I do both? Is that-
No.
No.
All right, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Scratch that. I'd like to make a motion to pass Z 25-05.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Councilmember Armistead,
Yes.
Councilmember Henshaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz,
Yes.
Councilmember Ray.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. Now, would anyone like to waive first read on CUP 2505?
First read.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I do want to make sure it was okay that we only had one public hearing for both items and Cecil stepped out of the room.
This phone just rang.
Austin, was it okay that we had one public hearing for both items? Okay. That was my only question.
All right, any other discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second.
No, I think we
Actually, we
just-
don't have a
no,
motion, so do we have? a
No, we
motion?
just waived the first read. I think that's where you were
Yeah.
saying and he interrupted.
Yeah, do we have a motion to, for CUP 2505?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve CUP 25-05 with the conditions stated by staff regarding the fencing.
What about the one about the slot
poker.
Oh, and as Councilmember Kuntz said, with the not allowing poker slot coin operated machines.
and operate amusements or whatever they're called? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Ray,
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead,
Yes.
Councilmember Henshaw.
Yes.
All right, great. Motion passes. Yeah, thank you.
Tell him thank you and
You're welcome to stay, but you all don't have to.
not that fun.
All right, two quick text amendments and I'm out of here. All right, the first one is A 2506 about digital fuel price signs. So currently in the code in our sign ordinance, there's only a few exceptions for when digital signs are allowed. One of them is we allow the tiny little, you've seen them, the digital sign saying like open or a scrolling message or whatever it is in a window sign. We have a way that somebody could get a digital billboard in exchange for other static billboards. And then we also allow special sign districts. The only one that we currently have is Assembly. So they're allowed to have digital signs as well. But over the years, I have gotten quite a few, and I'm sure you have gotten quite a few from gas station owners wanting to upgrade, or in the case of the one at Pleasantdale, install digital price signs at their fuel stations, which we have never been allowed to permit. And so this is an amendment to fix that. So just some examples of what this looks like. Actually, I noticed this the other night on my way to Norcross. The two gas stations on Beaufort Highway immediately after you leave Doraville both have the digital fuel price signs, one of which is on here. But it's a pretty common thing that you see around as well. So that's it. Staff are recommending approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval with no additional amendments.
All right. Well, this is a public hearing, so I'd like to invite anyone, member of the public wishing to speak in favor of this amendment to come up to the podium. You can have up to 10 minutes to speak. Or you can use the raise hand function on Zoom. Not seeing anyone, so we will open it up to anyone wishing to speak against this amendment. Not seeing anyone come up, and so we will close the public hearing. And are there any council members on this side who want to make a comment on this? Are there any council members? Councilmember Henshaw?
Just want to make it clear to the public, this is not to allow like LCD screens that display advertisements and whatnot. This is just for the fuel signs that are like the digital versions of just the numbers displays.
Would anyone like to waive first read?
Motion to waive first read?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Would anyone like to make a motion on 82506?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve 825-06.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes.
Councilmember Ray?
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead?
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
All right, and the final text amendment for tonight, 82507, is regarding data centers. So before I go into my little spiel, I just wanted to talk about some of the things that have come up in the past month since this was originally supposed to come to council. This is kind of coming or in response to the amendment that's currently working its way through DeKalb County regarding data centers. This is not trying to copy that or mirror that. We have had no data centers approach staff to come here. I'm not really sure that we would even be a good fit for one because of the land usage that's required. And so the amount of assemblage that would be required. All this is doing is, noticing that there was no existing definition or regulations about data centers in our code. So if we were to get an application, we would have to find a way to fit it in. And that might not be something that we would, it might end up being in a place or something like that we would not be comfortable with. So this is just trying to get ahead of that should we ever receive an application. But all it does is add a definition of data centers to the code. I copied this definition partly from the amendment that's currently working its way through DeKalb County, and then from the American Planning Association's recommendations as well. So it adds that definition, and then it adds a line item to the use table restricting this use to industrial areas M1 and M2 with a conditional use permit from council, not proposing any other conditions or use requirements at the time. Just basically, if somebody approached us with one, it can only be in an industrial area, and you guys would have to see it before it would be approved. So that's it. Staff are recommending approval. Planning Commission also recommends.
All right, well, this is a public hearing, so I'd like to invite anyone wishing to speak in favor of this amendment to come up to the podium. You can have up to 10 minutes to speak. You can also use the raise hand function on Zoom. All right, I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll open up to anyone wishing to speak against this item. Please come up to the podium. You can have up to 10 minutes to speak. Not seeing anyone, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. All right, it's pretty straightforward. Any comments on this side of the room? Are there any comments on this side of the room? Questions? Would anyone like to waive first read, make a motion to waive first read?
Motion to waive first read.
Second.
All right, we have a
there you got
motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I can make a motion to approve the proposed text for 825-07.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Ray?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Armistead?
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes.
Councilmember Henshaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Kuntz?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Great. All right, now We're going to welcome McMillan Pasden Smith back to talk about the new city building. Chief, you can kick it off.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item right here is just a discussion item on the interiors of the city center, specifically the design and layout of the council chambers. We would like to hear from you all what you like, what you would like to see. Our design team is here so they can take that back and we have a direction to go. Just like to, remind you, obviously, as we get more complex, we need to make sure we stay within a budget. We have grand ideas, but those become expensive. So I just want to remind you of that, and just think of areas that you're firm on and think of areas that where we have some leeway that we can, maybe what you'll give on as you're discussing. We can pull up the slide that shows the chambers. As you see on the screen there is just design to get the conversation started. So we'll be having things.
Absolutely. So where we are starting with this is we were looking at a space that can be a multi-purpose space, but a council chambers sort of first. And the idea in our initial design concept here is that we have a space that's resilient and also deals with sound attenuation and also has a level of seriousness to it that evokes a government operation in it. But we also understand that you guys have some additional thoughts and we want to make sure that we incorporate those ideas and thoughts as we actually, and it's good to have you guys all in one place for us to have a discussion amongst the elected representation here to sort of lead where we think this goes. The space as it is roughly twice the size of your old city council chambers in terms of space. It is in our last sort of discussions that we had, we talked quite a bit about all the ancillary people that also need to be in the room. And we understand that that's a need to think about that. So I want us to think about that a little bit as we're discussing. We also heard about some of the AV needs that will need to be in the room as well. And we also talked a little bit about sort of the space where you guys are sitting now and how that needs to fit within the room. And so those are some of the things that I'd really like for us to get feedback on tonight so that we can look at that and how that dais works that you guys are seeing, whether it's something that actually is movable or whether it's something that's more of a permanent thing in the space and how that operates. I will say, just as we're talking about that, is if it is raised or if it's a more complex shape, it's harder to move and it's harder to change in its configuration. So if you are thinking about that, just think about how that would interact with the space and what that then does to the space in terms of taking up more space permanently as opposed to being able to adjust it. Also, whether that particular feature needs to be screened or not, those kind of things. Obviously, screening costs more money. When I say screening, I'm meaning some sort of partition that comes out, goes away, if that becomes a necessary thing or not. So with that, I look forward to hearing all your questions, comments, and thoughts.
Right. Well, I will start, and I think that this I've only had experience with two council chambers plus some ancillary spaces that we've sat in, but I will say that neither our old council chambers nor this one are really up to what I consider par for, conducting business as a city council. Like, this one is slightly better in some ways because we have a little bit more ability to see what's on the screens. But, the way that the dais was designed and the fact that all the staff are way over there and we can't see them, and the way that people are kind of laid out in the room is not the greatest. And I think a lot about how this space is really going to be. Like, we're building the new council chamber, so if there's time to get it right, it's now. And I worry that we've approached this from the perspective of, oh, we're going to have an event space and we'll put the council chambers in there. And I know there was discussion about, oh, well, maybe we don't even have the council there. Absolutely, I was against the idea of not having council there at all. I do think the space should be multi-purpose, but me personally, I think it should be council chambers first, and we should build the council chamber that we think we need with, I think I gave you the feedback that I thought the dais should be more curved so that council members can see each other. It is very awkward when you're like looking and trying to like raise your head and see what somebody is saying. I would like to see more technology built into the dais itself. Like, I know there are cities where if a council member wants to speak, they just push a button and a light pops up. So then the mayor just can say, oh, Councilmember Simmons has a light, Councilmember Simmons, and I'm not having to like read through everybody's name to make sure that, if they don't have anything to say, that's fine, but it would be nice to build that in. I will say, like, looking at the rendering that's on the screen right now, it seems very long and narrow. So I just worry about how easy it's going to be. I get the sense that it might be twice as big as our old council chambers, but it might be the depth, not not bigger width wise. It looks very deep. But I guess I would like to see, even if we didn't move the dais around and just figured out a way to keep it there all the time, I would like to see a better dais and maybe the ability to have the city manager and city attorney sit up with the council or near the council or something so that they're available, because they are people that we're asking questions to all the time. Those are kind of my pieces of feedback. Councilmember Kuntz?
No, I agree, Mayor. And I do feel like that, I don't like the idea of having like the city manager and the attorney sitting on the dais at the same kind of space we are. I think there needs to be kind of an elevated space for the elected officials that are making the decisions, because the public could get confused if they don't come to a lot of meetings and they see all these people sitting up there and they're like, who are these people? I could see it being some confusion there, but them being like way over there is not good. And even at the old council chambers, while I personally felt the old council chambers was better, that it was, this super wide format's kind of weird. And I'm not as concerned about it being narrow and deep, because it looks like, I think the space is bigger than we're envisioning. And, I don't know how many feet wide this room is and stuff. That might help us, but, I think they do need to be like here at a lower table where we can have some eye contact, but they're not like up here kind of in the same space, if that makes sense. And I did like the curved ice better. Excuse me, and this is like, honestly, this is almost just too wide to me. We're too spread out, like Taylor's like.
Well, we're fitting it into the room versus trying to build it from scratch.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but I think that we could be, I could sit. That's too. No, but I mean, because I'm like down here, we don't need that much. And anyway, that's just kind of my feedback.
To answer your question about the actual width, it's about the same width as your old council chambers.
Okay, good. That was a nice, that was a nice width. So if we could have a table, and I mean, I personally hate to like make this where it's like the table for the staff is permanent, like on a thing where you can't, when you're having an event, there's like all that stuff. If you had to make the dais where it didn't move to get it to be the shape and everything that fits what the council feels is the right, the appropriate thing. I'm fine with that because it's a pretty deep room. And I don't think it would take up that much, few feet for the dais. And then that's my opinion.
Okay. Councilmember Ray?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I generally agree with the mayor too. I think treating it as a council chambers first and then finding a way to make it multi-use would be my preference. I don't want us to build a monument to government here, but I wanted to feel like it's got some weight. I believe Doraville has massive potential and important decisions to make, and I wanted to feel like we're treating it as such. I agree with the curved dais. I understand that's going to be maybe more difficult to move, but perhaps there's a way we can build or have something that stows away in a closet that kind of stacks on top of that dais and turns into a stage for a multi-use space or something like that. I don't, just spitballing. The other thing I'd say, and I think I mentioned this previously, us having these carpet tiles in there, I think makes sense from a multi-use space, from a resilience standpoint. But if we can maybe find some type of high-end material that borders that, or something that maybe kind of gives some weight to the room that's still resilient, but makes it feel like a little bit more high-end. I mean, it doesn't have to be marble. I wouldn't hate marble, but no, like, yeah, ceramic, tile. I really like hardwoods. I understand there's a lot of maintenance issues with those, but just something that breaks up that floor and makes it feel a little bit more like a design space for that. And then, the dais to me is probably the biggest issue to solve when it comes to making it a multi-use space. And I think there's creative ways around that. And then lastly on this, it being a bigger room, I really would like a focus on accessibility so that people who can't hear as well or see as well have options to look at a bigger screen or understand what's going on. It doesn't have to be, the nicest TV in the world, but a projector or something like that, that makes it a little easier for people to see presentations and so on, I think would be very nice. Yeah, I think that's it. I want it to feel a little bit more serious based on this rendering. I like the ceiling. I like the general mid-century feel of it, but just something with material that maybe heightens it slightly without destroying our budget. I understand that's kind of the ask all the time, but anything creative around that would be my preference.
I guess one thing that I was thinking of while I was up here is we're doing a similar thing to this in the in sort of the main entry lobby of the city hall portion of the building. As you get off the elevators and go across the sort of carpet inset into the LVT, so it looks like a carpet with it's carpet tile, but it looks like a carpet within the LVT, and it sort of creates that added feel in the LVT that we're using. It has a sort of parquet kind of look to it. It's sort of an abstract parquet. I think, something like that might be kind of interesting. And there also are some LVT options too that even have a ceramic look to them to offer durability. One of the things that one of the reasons why I'm moving away from the ceramic and porcelain is sound and also as well, just the resiliency of it. That in a room where you're going to have heavy equipment potentially coming in and out, that you might end up with cracks and things like that. So that's one of the things that we're keeping in mind too. It's a lot more expensive to replace the tile, obviously, than a spell VT that scratched.
Okay. Yeah, I think last thing I'll say then is maybe a bit more arbitrary, but right now to me, it feels like we designed a multi-use space and tried to figure out how to make it a council chambers. And if we just flip that formula and design a council chambers and figure out how to make it a multi-use space, we'll probably have to make some sacrifices on the multi-use space, but I think that would be more favorable and we'll still find ways to make those events work, but just kind of flip the weighting of what we want the room to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Evans?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this conversation. I would say I agree with everything that's been said thus far. I'll add that just depending on the night, as you can see, I think there's roughly 7 staff here, but we're missing like assistant manager, a deputy director, and director of public works, which sometimes are normally here. So altogether, it's about 15, 16 people to accommodate for the seating capacity. So being closer would be helpful. And also I'm not sure if I'm sure it's been thought about, but more having AV equipment that's equivalent to handle the capacity. This clock is already broken tonight and we just moved over here. So just the equipment to accommodate where we're going. And then I don't want to change the design of the building, but I'm curious as we have no windows in here. In our last building, we only had a few windows, but this is lined on both sides. What that looks like from glare, heat absorption, things of that nature, coming into the space, looking at screens. And if you could give some feedback on that.
So the window that's on the left in that particular rendering, there's actually a awning that extends, I think it's about 10 feet out on the other side of that glass right there. That particular glass right there is a nano wall system meant to be able to open that space up to the exterior, and become a larger space. I don't typically recommend putting window treatments on devices like that for obvious reasons. However, the windows on the north west side, which is the opposite side to that you won't have a lot of direct sunlight from, but window treatments would be on those, and the idea is for window treatments would go on the rear glass as well. The idea though, I think is lots of times you go into spaces that are government spaces and you feel a little bit like you're entering into a enclosed bomb shelter almost, or something that's very oppressive. I think that one of the things about this is that you have a rooftop place that sort of talks about the aspirational qualities of your city. And I think it's kind of nice to be able to look around your city while you're making laws and think about what you're creating.
That's a great point. I was just curious as to most our meetings are typically in the evenings at 6 p.m. So the sun is setting.
Yes.
So what does that look like based on the location?
So the windows that are behind the council,
Mhm.
right there, that would be where the sun is setting. Okay. And the shades would be drawn there. We're also thinking that would also be a place where projection screen would come down so the audience could see what you guys are looking at behind you. So that would also block that as well, and it would be above your heads. So it wouldn't, and there would be a short throw projector so that it wouldn't be this glaring light shining you in the face the whole time. We still need to talk through all the other screen locations and what those are, whether they pop out of the ceiling kind of thing, or whether they are projectors that actually project the imagery. So those are all things that we definitely need to talk through further. And I think, some things like hearing loops, I hear what Councilmember Ray is saying, like whether we need to incorporate that into the floor or other things like that into the ceiling.
And my only other comment is if there's an exit at near the dais versus leaving for executive session, is the expectation to walk out the room coming this way? Or is there a way to get out and in from the sides? It looks like there's a door to the far left. Is that accurate?
The door to the far left goes out onto
To the patio.
onto the rooftop patio there. The exit is to the right in the back of the room and to the left in the back of the room.
Gotcha.
So they are spread out. But to get to your executive session, you would come down this right side and head down to the conference room on the floor below through the stairs, more than likely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Simmons?
Thanks, Mayor. See, where did I start? So I am all for making this the council chambers, and then however it works out with the event space, fine. I'd rather leave the dais as is, not have to move it in and out. Just leave it there. And event space can work around that. You can always have something you can put on top of it where they can use it as a protect it and all that. And I think that's the easiest, like moving it in and out and finding that. It's like, how many events are we going to be doing up there to figure that out now and spend all this money? Like, we do it all, and then all of a sudden we get like, what, 3 or quarter, if that, or 2, or like, what are they using it for and all that stuff. So I just don't find that as realistic right now. So I'd rather design it as a council chambers and do it like that, have the dais stay where it is. And sort of that's that. The Cab County Commissioners, I think, have their dais up front, and then they have their staff on each side with the podium in the middle for them to come up. So that's a good way to design sort of the staff where they're still up front looking at us. We can answer. People that come and speak are in the middle. And they have sort of a shoot type place. I'm in favor of the carpet tile. You can have high-end carpet tile in this space. It looks nice. If we use like hard, resilient type tile or tile, I'm sure since we're up on the 3rd, 4th floor, you're gonna have a floating floor. You're gonna get cracks. It's gonna move, all the sun hitting it. So I'd rather stick with carpet tile up there. I mean, I don't know. Just looking at the picture, not a big fan of that carpet tile here, but I'm sure if I see it in person, it looks like it's gonna give me a seizure sitting there. But that's beyond the fact. That's just a rendering. I understand.
Did you see the sample they had?
Yeah, I saw one and it's just busy, but that's not my forte. I'm going to stick with you guys. Like picking out finishes, you can ask my wife, I'm terrible at it. So I'm staying away from that. But I do like carpet tile for the sound bouncing because you already have an open ceiling. I know you have insulation up there, but still it's going to get loud. And I was going to say, yeah, I thought the sun set to the west on the right, but it's behind us. So that's good. And our stuff's all in the evening. Now, in the NanoWall system, you can have a recess like Mecha Shade or spring window fashion up in there and have it automated and hit a button. And then that would work too with the NanoWall system. I love the colors in concept A out of those concepts. Maybe just when you do it, look at corner guards. You can get some that match the colors, N-Pro, Core Guard, Core Seal, just to help protect some of those busy corners so we don't touch it up. I love the carpet tile on the staff, how you guys took out that yellow. I think it looks real nice on that rendering, but I would like some staff input since they're going to be in there most of the time on that. Let's see, the accent walls on the wet walls at the water fountain were a little busy for my taste, but I did like the ones in the restroom, the way you guys did that. Love the building lobby rendering, the public meeting room rendering, the children library space. The historical display and the solid surface, liked all that. I'm still open for the murals at the stairs. I looked at those and they were fine, and I love the wayfinding. And I do like the option about the button that the mayor said for people to speak and a light come on. Maybe I can hit a button and it mutes the other person too, though. That'd be nice.
Mayor still has to call on you.
Dang it. All right, mayor will do it. But no, I think all that, but in general, I really like the way you guys laid it out. I think it looks good, and I think I've talked enough. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Henshaw?
Yeah, I've been in quite a few council chambers professionally, and you can even hear it when some people come up to the dais. You can hear the intimidation in their voice and their struggle to talk. And this is a pretty informal room, and they still have that tonality. And some of these other neighboring council chambers are really quite visually oppressive. And this is really quite soft. I mean, it has the wood, it has some of that formality. Yeah, you could do carpet within a carpet if you want to get some changes in tonality, visual tonality. But I mean, generally, I like it. I do agree. A fixed dais is going to be easier. We can get better technology. We can curve it, all that jazz. I would suggest that the whatever tables you wind up with staff be movable with just, outlets in the floor for hooking stuff up. I can see this being used more and more as events happen, especially, when the park starts getting to be programmed, and we can have, before and after cocktail receptions up here. And I can see it being used a lot, but the dais only takes up a fifth of the room, a fourth of the room, still a pretty good chunk. Looks like there's quite a large storage area in the back, and I imagine that's probably for chairs and tables, but maybe if there's foldable chairs, they're more compact. You can have a smaller storage area and a slightly bigger room if you're lacking room, but maybe not. I don't know.
You're not storing the dais. You'll.
Yeah. Yeah, and you need less furniture too, because it takes up the room. And I was going to say, a short throw projector with a tension drop down screen. So that's great that you guys were thinking of that. It would be helpful to see sort of, in this room, it's quite short, but if you, double this distance or triple this distance, it's going to be quite a long from the back. So, I've also seen places that have, there's a couple iPads that people can pick up and follow the meetings along with, as long as they don't steal them. They put them back. They just charge on a dock, and rather than having big TVs that hang down from the ceiling and really get in the way, because I actually really like the simplicity and the cleanliness of it. Yeah, I'd say add more wood. You can do that entire, not the back wall. I like the inside of the tile, but the to the right wing and the left wing where I guess there's a little storage closet back there. If you panel that in wood, it might make that, a little bit more formal, like Councilmember Ray was saying, or maybe even just add some wood trim or wood details elsewhere. But generally, I like it, and I like that it's not intimidating, but still a dais. The one question I do have is, if we are going with a raised dais, is it possible to use a removable ADA ramp if it's necessary, rather than building an ADA ramp into the space? Because that, more than anything, is going to take up a huge amount of floor area. So if we can have a removable ramp or a foldable ramp that's utilized when necessary, I think that would be a good idea, rather than trying. I mean, you can see how much room this ramp takes up. So that would be my only comment from a ADA compliance, if that's possible. That's it.
All right. Councilmember Armistead?
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning the raised dais. I wasn't sure everybody else was thinking of the dais being raised a little bit. I think that would be good for sightline purposes. Not that I think we need to be looming over everybody, but I'm wondering, if we did raise the dais and curve the dais where we sit, could we kind of continue the curve and have staff sitting? I don't know how much room there is in those corners. Kind of, you know what I'm saying? Probably not.
I know what you're saying. I think that the only I wouldn't continue the dais. I think if you're asking my personal opinion, I wouldn't continue the dais. I think one of the things that does is it separates the people who are in support of you versus the people who are actually voting on stuff, and it makes it a little bit clearer to the people out in the audience who's doing what, to a degree. And I also think that it gives you a little bit more flexibility within your space to have those, as like Councilmember Henshaw was saying, that you can fold up those tables and pull them away if there is something else going on. But I do think that, curving it and raising it, that's definitely doable. And I think it's just a matter of, what we do with it when you guys aren't using it. And like, if we don't think that we need to build a partition in front of it to keep people from messing with it, that kind of thing, if it is being used for something else, then, that obviously saves on budget and other things like that. So, on that, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. So you think there's room for movable tables maybe on either side of the dais, or do we need two?
I think it all depends. I think what we need to do is generate a formal list of the people who need to be in the room to assist you guys in making the laws. And how many people need to be accommodated at any given time. And that way we can make sure that you've got your technical support, you've got your, both in people who are supporting in departments and things like that, but also the people who are doing the AV work, making sure that they have, that they've got the appropriate equipment in the appropriate place to deal with that. I did want to say that with the storage part of it, one of the reasons why that storage room is so large is if you are going to use it as another space, then storing the tables, even if they're nesting, it does take a lot of space to put all those tables away. So that is something. But if you guys weren't going to use it for that, then you can relinquish some of that storage as well.
Thank you. And I personally, I'm fine with just the carpet as well.
Councilmember Coons had some other comments, then Councilmember Evans.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to make sure we do right is the audio system. Every council chamber that I've been in that the city's had, the audio's been terrible. And it's echoey, it's feedbacky and all that stuff. And I've worked in spaces like this. I redid the audio system over at Kerry Reynolds, their big cafetorium thing, and it's a long room like this. And I learned more than I ever wanted to know about live sound, about how there's this weird time delay effect that happens when you get multiple speakers and they start interfering with each other, and the people's voices you can't understand what they're saying. And especially we've got a lot of older residents, their hearing isn't real great. And if it's not real clear, they can't understand what we're saying. And we need to understand, be able to hear what people are saying, and also not get feedback and echoes. Let's spend a little money getting someone that's an actual audio engineer to like design.
So just to speak to that a little bit, our MEP and low voltage consultants, they are specialists in AV systems. So that's one of the things they do. They design performance spaces and other things like that. So we've got you covered.
I just want to make sure that that's not that mistake.
It's not an afterthought. Yeah.
It's not an afterthought because it's been frustrating for the whole 8 years I've been on council dealing with really bad audio. So that was all I had.
Councilmember Evans.
I love the simplicity of the design, but is there a way to weave a little bit more brand identity? The city of Doraville on a dais or behind us or some other where it actually says the city name?
Absolutely. As a dual purpose space, we were trying to sort of limit it, but since we're moving away from that,
as we're picked up on platforms, YouTube, et cetera, it'd be nice to know that you're in the city of.
I mean, in some of the subtle things that we're doing, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but the light fixture in the center of the room is actually the quatrefoil. So it's like we definitely are all about the branding and helping communicate what it is and that you guys are official. A more permanent dais would definitely allow better canvas for that.
With a seal.
I'd like to invite Councilmember-elect Nasser to give any feedback he has.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thought on the back side, I really do not want to see windows. I rather have the city logo. Doesn't matter if someone here on this side, whether YouTuber or live streaming, they see exactly who we are, what are we about. So that needs to be on the back. We do not need no light on the back. That's my opinion. So we are probably using digital system, or could be laptop, computer, whatever. It's not going to be, there's not going to be no reflect of any lights. Also carved shape dais, I'll be favor of it. Carpet will be better. So it'll be easy to clean or taken care of if anything happens. it'll be very easy to replaceable. Probably cheaper option. At the same time, digitally, we do need to improve our room digitally, and we need to focus on it. Not removable. Let's keep it solid. So focus on that, because we're not going to be able to keep, going back and forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Henshaw had something else you wanted to say.
Yeah. Sorry, yes, I just want to make sure that that these renderings go on the website so that people can see and they can look through them. Because I don't think this packet is, I mean, obviously the packet's up on the website, but I don't think these images have been put yet on the site like we have the other images. So when if it's time to put them up, let's make sure that they're up so they can see it. If that makes sense.
I think the hope is probably to have us vote to approve the package next month, or what do you?
Right, yeah, we're not ready for the vote yet. But
Once it's time.
we can go through the slides real quick, if that's okay, and you can get feedback. They have taken out some of the slides that we knew that you didn't like. So we can get some feedback on the rest of it, then we can come back before you for a vote like we did tonight, the landscape.
Thank you, guys. I'll try to make this brief for you. Similarly to how I've talked to you guys before about this, starting off with the concepts, moving into flooring, then going into what's happening on the walls, and then looking at sort of the whole picture together in renderings. And then there's some things that we're going to continue working on in the background, even after we develop the final package for approval. So looking into the concepts, whoops, going the wrong way. So we presented previous concepts that were foundations of progress, tracks to tomorrow, and weaving a community and community collage. Those concepts, we heard good things, and we also presented some other concepts initially from those concepts. We heard some good things, we heard some bad things. These two concepts you guys liked the most as we were moving through it. So what we did is we took the feedback, the ideas behind weaving a community and community collage. We had heard the most positive feedback on the actual ideology behind that, and but you guys tended to like the colors more from the scheme A. So with that, we revised the weaving a community concept, which speaks more to the overall building. It's we're really looking at highlighting cultural diversity and weaving together of different pieces of the community through materiality. We're also sort of taking the form of the exterior of the building and weaving it in with different materials that and colors that sort of weave the outside into the inside as we're doing this. The community collage is a little bit of a riff of weaving the community, and it's really for the library areas, particularly the children's library area. And it's about exploration and building building a sort of final composition. And that is to say that your community is not final. It's about the creation of a community and something that's going to keep changing into the future. So looking at some of these materials, we tried to select things that aren't ostentatious. They aren't materials that cost a lot of money, but they are resilient and they are great looking. And that is one of the things that we're really trying to make sure that this building can last and it can stand the test of time, but it will also look nice. So as we're going through some of these things, in your main circulation corridors, we're looking at stained concrete, and it's a nice finish. It looks professional. It is something that is timeless. It's something that will look good and hold up over time, certainly. In places that are sort of transitional zones, we'll have rubber treads in your stairs and walk-off mats as you come in, and they will be built into the walk-off mats will be built into the floor so that they aren't actual mats that you peel up. So it's an actual material that's in the floor. And the rubber treads, we're thinking of something that's a little bit nicer than your standard rubber tread that you might see, that are like the raised dots that you might see in a gym or something like that. Because we see these as places where you guys are actually going to circulate. You guys are actually going to use the stairs, because as we all know, in a sort of not a tall building, sometimes it's better to use the stairs and also get people to actually use stairs and exercise. Make the spaces nice and usable. So that is what an example of the walk-off mat is on the right there. Proposing using epoxy in the restroom floor finishes. And what this does is it gives you the resiliency of tile or terrazzo, but without the maintenance of tile. It gives you the look of terrazzo without the expense of terrazzo. However, it also gives you great longevity in terms of installation and great use and great maintenance. The next flooring that we have is a flocked flooring, which is very similar to a carpet tile, but it acts more like an LVT in terms of its stain resistance. So what we're looking at, where we're looking at putting these, is in areas where you might have craft painting going on in a multi-purpose room, or you might have food being used. So we've got them in in the multi-purpose room, in the children's area, also in the city council chambers room, and back in the library downstairs near the maker space. Here's some examples of flocked flooring. As you can see, looks just like carpet. Luxury vinyl tile. They call it luxury vinyl tile to make it seem like something really, really great and more expensive. It's not really something that's all that expensive. It's about the same price as carpet tile. However, it does give you great resiliency and the ability to replace it easily. It also gives you some interesting looks. It's nicer than your typical vinyl tile that you might see in a school or something like that, that's vinyl composite tile. This has a much better feel underfoot, gives you a little bit more cushion as you're walking. This flooring in here is a vinyl tile. I don't know the grade of this particular, but the kind that we're looking at is a pretty nice grade of vinyl tile. And you can see on the left, when I was speaking about the parquet kind of look, we're looking at sort of an abstracted parquet, something that's a little bit deconstructed, so that it gives you a nice sort of elevated feel, but it doesn't feel stodgy at the same time. It speaks to the design of the building. Then we look in carpet tile as another. We obviously all have seen carpet tile in spaces. The great thing about carpet tile is it's pretty easy to replace. We're looking at lines that should be with us for a while, but anybody who's in interiors know that can change in a heartbeat. But we're trying to pick something that's been around for a while and looks pretty timeless as we go through. Here are some examples of that. We were talking about the yellow that was removed in the rendering. That is still on the slide to the left, but we are looking at moving away from that yellow, just so that you guys know that we heeded that advice. This is a look of full field of the carpet that we are looking at for the meeting room, and as you can see, it's got this particular carpet tile comes in a little bit larger of a square. It is So it's what you call large format carpet tile, so it's a little bit larger. Now we're going to look at wall features really quickly. And when I'm talking about wall features, I'm talking about color accents, also tile accents, and graphic accents that we can use throughout the space. These are things that make certain walls special, add a certain level of emphasis to them. They also give you a certain element of wayfinding as well when you're walking through a space. We're looking at accent tile in the restrooms that are evocative of the overall building design. Also, wall tile behind the drinking fountains. And we talked about several different color choices while we were in the meeting together, and we're sort of working on selecting that. And also, we talked about randomized pattern a little bit more than the stacked pattern in our meeting together. This illustrates wayfinding and how we might typically do this from floor to floor in terms of a design intent, incorporating some natural materials, and also incorporating sort of super graphic imagery in there as well, and sort of standardizing color interaction as you go from floor to floor so that you understand where you are just by the colors that are being used. Here are some wall graphic ideas. They're very, very colorful, but we think that we've got a unique opportunity in the stairway that faces the green to have something that's a glowing jewel box at night in particular that we're going to be working to establish an image that we can all agree on and have that there. And it's very customizable so that we can pick the colors. So we talked about potentially using a map of Doraville and sort of greater Doraville so that as things change over time, it might be inclusive. And these are just images of stylistic graphics that can be employed through the space that can be exciting in different areas. And where we might start to use some of these in particular is when we're talking about the historic kind of installations and looking back on Doraville's history, also looking at Doraville's current state as well. More idea starters. Now we're going to look at the renderings really quickly and how some of those materials come into play. This is the entryway, and one of the things that we are really trying to do is bring some of the exterior architecture to the interior of the building so that you see this sweeping curve that kind of moves from one place to the other. Also the sort of more sleek, subtle design everywhere else as that's happening. On the rear, on the back wall, sort of far away from you, you can see a hint of a historic image that we're thinking of incorporating some historic installation on that back wall as you go into there. But the idea is that this space really becomes a welcoming space as you enter it, but you can see how the concrete flooring and the walk-off mat sort of interact there. Also, there will be plenty of opportunities for art installation throughout the space. I know that is something that's dear to you guys, is the arts here in Doraville, and there will be places where you can have art installations throughout the walls. This is showing the children's library space, and again, incorporating that community collage kind of ideology and building blocks. One of the things that we're looking at is installing plastic block building walls on the actual walls, so it becomes a space where you can actually engage as a child, and that this is a true place where you're building your community both through knowledge and through general fun. This is one of the executive sort of conference rooms. The wall on the right is actually a wood paneled modern fold partition that folds away and it opens into the adjacent conference room, so you can make that into a much larger space. This is one of the rooms that you guys would retire to for an executive session to have a discussion. So what we were thinking is whatever materials we end up finalizing for the council chambers upstairs would have a similar finish in this room, so that it was like as you were moving from one space to the other, the seriousness and the tonality of it would maintain the same idea. This is looking at the general city hall staff area, and we obviously had the yellow flooring in there before. We removed that and simplified it a little bit, and just give it a little bit more general calmness, which I think is one of the things that we heard from the group. One of the things that we are trying to do again here is to bring those curves and sort of bringing the outside in places where we have public sort of sitting areas for the staff, that there are sort of little portals out into the world where you can go over to the windows and look out, but also that this space becomes a pretty quiet zone, even though it's open, because we have a lot of sound attenuation in it. We're back here at the council chambers that we've been discussing for a while. Then very quickly looking at some historical display idea starters, everything from a timeline to sort of an abstract timeline that sort of spreads out and goes in different directions as an art installation. Also different sort of colorways that kind of we can look at incorporating historical imagery in different ways to express different ideas. So we've got some meetings coming up with some historic-minded folks from your community that city management staff is working on sort of getting together for us, that we will have more on. And these are just some other things like solid surface that we're looking at in terms of where we're going to be in the building. So that is it. I tried to get through that pretty quickly. Thank you for your attention on that. I wanted to.
You've already gotten feedback from the council on most of that and incorporated whatever feedback you got. Was there anything anyone had mentioned that they didn't see incorporated into that? I would like to give Councilmember-elect Nasser, if he's got any comments that he wants to share, an opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity again. I did not see much. Whatever I've seen, only complaint I have, not complaint, only question I have, only details that I wanted to see change, the background of the council dais, and there's too much lighting. Lighting can, I mean, I don't mind having more light on the side, but too much lighting close to the dais. And that's concern me as a safety and security. You might don't have, but I do feel like it. God forbid anything can happen. Anybody can come any side. It's not only for me, it's for all of us who will be working in the future. I believe safety is priority for me at this moment. That back needs to be solid and that both sides.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have anything? You want something? Councilmember Evans?
Well, there's been some conversation on, I was talking to Councilmember Coombs and some other council members regarding unisex restrooms. I actually spoke with the chief about it as well. And instead of having individual men's, women's, family, just the private stalls with lockable doors, that's for all to use. And then to save costs, if possible, instead of having individual sinks for each stall, maybe there's like a communal hand washing station outside of the corridor. I know the Google building does this in Atlanta. Pond City Market has it on the first floor. And to that point, maybe it's something that's accessible on the first floor, but then the other floors are more private.
So,
There's a
so
rendering.
we've actually done it.
Oh, you've done it?
We've
Okay.
done it in facilities in the past. I think, and I'll come pick that up in a second, Commissioner.
It's like
Good.
do
Good.
this plan in the same footprint. You just move some stuff around.
Yeah, the only real change is when you sort of go full height with the stalls is the accessibility requirements become a little bit more stringent because you don't have turning space underneath. So you usually have to make the stalls a little bit larger, and you also end up losing urinals and things like that in the restrooms. It is very much a doable thing. I think one of the interesting things that it also provides is it also, it's not just for it's just a general help thing for anybody who might need assistance in a restroom as well. Like if you go into a restroom with your child who happens to be of the opposite sex, it's actually a very helpful thing too. So you aren't sending your 3-year-old opposite sex child into a restroom by themselves. So it's a very helpful thing sometimes in that regard. Also, if you're a senior and you need assistance as well.
You have an event that's more centric to women would be there.
Mhm.
And there's like 3 guys.
There's more space to go. Yeah.
Women, and then half the restrooms are reserved for the guys.
Mhm.
And vice versa. And it's just like whoever needs to use it, there. And it gives handicapped folks they end up with 2 handicap stalls instead of just 1. So for extra handicapped people, and it doesn't force people to use the handicap restroom like the current layout. You're not using, if you're a guy and you're not using the urinal, you're in the handicap. And then if somebody comes in with a wheelchair, they have to wait.
Why don't we have flippable signs? Slide it, boom, boom. All women, all men.
Or just restrooms for all.
Anyway, it's just, I would support that. At least it is kind of a future, obviously. This building's supposed to be, we're supposed to be future.
I think it makes sense to look at it and see like is there a huge cost differential? And then I haven't heard like a big outcry when that idea got brought up.
I will say that I'm not a big fan of the sinks outside for the visual effect and all. That is one thing I'm not a big fan of. The stall stuff and all, I'm fine, but bringing the sinks out to the corridor, it just gets so messy and nasty, and I'd rather have it clean looking. That's just me personally.
I was just considering the cost. I didn't know if it would be more expensive to have sink for each individual stall or just one, but either way, if this can be looked at.
Typically what
You're losing stalls with that.
yeah, typically what we end up losing space to it's more of a real estate problem than anything else. I think for in terms of to address Councilmember Simmons' comments, with regard to like having it out in the public, what we often do is keep that behind out of the public view so that it's basically just like you're leaving a stall and going over and washing your hands so it's like you just go out the door and so it's just a pretty normal thing. The overall question really, I think it does come down to cost. Also, we're getting to that point of like getting close to redesigning stuff. So we're moving along pretty far. So we'll, if this is something that you want us to look at, we definitely probably need to get a good idea that you guys want to do it at this point. And I don't have to get an answer now, but I'm just saying that it's something that if we want to do it, we need to sort of decide that we want to do that.
My only other comments, I love the glowing jewel box ideal that you mentioned, and then the solid surface areas as well. And then I just wanted to ensure there was going to be enough space in the general office area for staff that if a officer was nearby and wanted to get out his car and like write a report, he could have a desk area to use, make a phone call where he's just not stuck to the car.
We have we have hoteling stations
Okay.
basically in the staff area, so that there are extra spaces for field staff to come in, or if they're coming in to meet with city manager, there's a place for them to go and do some work if they need to. Yep.
Thank you.
So do you think council can just give feedback with a raise of hands if you're open to Councilmember Evans's idea, or if you're not, don't raise your hand, but on the restrooms?
So like just looking to see.
Well, I mean, this is kind of direction. How do you want to? Because he said, like, we need to, we're
know.
getting to the permitting, stage.
No, I'm just trying to see the concept. Like anyone can just walk in a restroom, but we're gonna have to make the stalls floor to
It's gonna
ceiling.
be- it's gonna
What you
be
do
more like-
basically is you can either do it with real walls, or you can do it with partitions that.
Right.
The partitions that actually go from floor.
Floor to ceiling. Okay, no, that's all, but, all right, my mic on. Are we losing spaces by doing that? Because you only need one ADA with the 5-foot turn radius, but the other ones, I guess you're losing with walls.
So you need the same amount of ADA stalls as you would.
Yeah.
As you would normally. The main difference is that it requires more space to accommodate the ADA stalls because it's going floor to ceiling.
Right. So like, what are we losing?
So would you need to make them start? Would you have it combined? Or do you need that one?
Yes, you would need them.
It's the
Is it-
same amount.
By code, you're required to have equivalent facilitation, no matter for men and women. Otherwise, so it doesn't matter where they are. You just have to have equivalent facilitation. So it is kind of an interesting thing. We delved into that, and it's sort of like, no matter what, you need to have the same amount of ADA stalls.
I'll say like the stalls are more private anyway, like than like urinals or whatever.
Yeah.
So if we could do it, I think it'd be nice.
I'm
I
not,
think
I
we
just wanna
can
know if we're
we
losing it.
can
That's
we
all.
can
I
say
wanna-
like, I do think like the
Here's
sinks out in front is kind of weird, but there might be a different way to.
You can do it like this.
Yeah.
Do that Photoshop.
Here, I drew it in like that. Do it like that. Yeah, Chris drew the same way. Yeah,
Okay, well, so you can look at
we
what
drew the same thing.
Chris and Warren drew.
We're signaling each other under the table.
But yeah, I think there's interest in
Yeah.
going that direction.
Because then we gain a stall. That's fine. Look at it.
Any other feedback you need?
I would say the one thing that if for those stalls, it still is a good idea to have a unisex restroom that can accommodate more than one person, or a family restroom. So that is, I wouldn't say that we are going to lose that restroom, because I still think that is something that would be good for you guys to have no matter what. Not just for people with kids, but for people with other needs.
I'm all for this as long as you can basically reconfigure the existing space don't change the footprint of the, of the overall volume of that bathrooms, rework it however you need to make it work, rework the wet wall in the middle if you have to, but don't, keep the universal restroom and then rework it. And you might find it might work out better, it might not, but I'd hate for you to have to rework the building.
We don't want
No, I
that.
don't want,
That would be-
that's what I don't want to do. It's like, take the footprint of the bathroom you have. If you can make that work, fine. If not, forget it.
But just don't do it like the painted
Right,
duct
that's
where
what
it's
I mean.
mirrors, because I keep walking into the walls every time I'm there, so.
All right. Any other feedback you need from the council?
No, I think you guys have given us great feedback on all folks. I appreciate your time and thoughtfulness.
All right.
Appreciate y'all's great work. It's beautiful.
I'll give Councilmember-elect Nasser an opportunity to say any other comments.
It's darker.
I have one more concern about the executive room, right? There's a partition will be placed. when we walk out the room, there's a partition will be placed, right? Is it gonna be soundproofing? Because somebody on the other side, whatever we discuss, I do not want that could be leaked out to someone else, and that will compromise our decision.
I think that's a good concern. And also, actually, if we are able to schedule like a session with you and the architects to look at any of the stuff, if they're able to do it, it would be great to get you in there, and we will include you in any future meetings between now and the end of the year too that we schedule council members for. But do you mind speaking really quickly to the soundproofing?
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
So the operable partition, it does give you a lot of flexibility in that room to make it into another larger space if you're doing press conferences. So I would say that it is good to have that in there. The actual partition itself has a pretty decent STC rating. And you know, it's not going to be a concrete wall or anything like that, but it has relatively the same sound attenuation as a wall with insulation in it. And we're looking at putting a hard plastic laminate on that's got a wood finish to it on that wall, so that it actually will do a pretty good job at reflecting sound back. So instead of letting it go through.
Mayor, can I add to that too? And we'll demise that wall. I'm sure they're going to demise it up and insulate all the walls. And that modern fold partition goes up to a header that sits with a steel channel that will be insulated. And then if we want to add extra to it, we can insulate the acoustical ceiling tile on top on each side, and it's perfect. So I'm sure that was in the plan, right?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, you can see it right there.
Kind of see a gyp soffit that's.
So, and when I say demise, it means it goes from floor all the way to the deck, insulated, and it's soundproof. So
I've been in rooms like the one you're talking about, like what you're talking about, where you can hear everything through the other side. I have been in other ones that are built better.
Commercial. Yeah.
I think we just need to make sure that it goes up to deck above.
It's back
above
to
the actual
acoustical
wall.
Just
engineering.
demise it, insulate it, and insulate the acoustical ceiling. We'll be fine. Oh no, that's an acoustical panel. So it's insulated and has great reflective properties, and it's demised all the way up. It has a header there that it sits in a channel.
Usually what happens is it goes through the gaps between these gaps in the wall here or above. That's why
Modern fold interlocks. Those panels interlock even though they bend. When you put them together, they clip and interlock, and it's soundproof. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to engineer it correctly.
The ones that we are specifying have a pretty decent STC rating.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you all so much for presenting.
Thank you for the late night.
All right, I don't believe we have an executive session this evening, so we are just going to have council comments. Why don't we just start from this end and go down? Councilmember Ray?
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Have a good night.
Councilmember Simmons?
So save the date. Good Human Gala featuring the Good Human Awards honoring Atlanta's leaders in animal welfare is Saturday, April 25th, 2026 at the Eastern, and that is 777 Memorial Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30316. And this is it's a premier celebration of compassion hosted by Lifeline Animal Project. The gala honors individuals and organizations whose generosity and leadership make a life-saving difference for pets and people across our city. So come out. More than 350 guests will gather for inspiring evening of fine dining, entertainment, and movie stories of impact. On top of that, I just want to thank Chief and Crystal for navigating us through this current situation, doing a great job without city manager. So I just wanted to thank you, and Crystal, if you're listening, which I doubt, thank you. And then also coming here in January, I know we have a quarterly newsletter that will be mailed out to everyone to keep you up to date on what's going on. So every quarter you will actually have a physical newsletter mailed to your house to read and see. So that's another form of communication we're doing on top of the Doraville Dispatch and all. So that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Armistead?
Thank you. I'm gonna also say happy Thanksgiving. And if we are focusing on gratitude next week, I'm just very grateful for the privilege of serving up here. So thanks to everyone in the community for that.
I'm grateful for all of you. Thank you. Councilmember Henshaw.
Yeah, a couple of things. Sorry for the mask. My 8-year-old came home with a cold. I have a cold. I think I'm over it, but I wanted to make sure, just to be safe. There was some interesting events with Brookhaven recently where they changed their charter, kind of circumvent a millage rate issue, and I wanted to it made me think of how we decided to have a vote for our downtown and to redo the library and our new city center, and we put it to a vote. And we didn't force the issue. We followed the rules. We worked hard to present something that we hoped the residents of the city would like. And tonight you got to see just the next step in that. And so I'm glad we, as a council, took the steps to go forward with the vote. I'm glad the residents voted for it. I hope you guys like what you're seeing up here. I know we had a contentious vote earlier. Not that one vote can cancel, one good thing can cancel out another troubling thing. But I really am very pleased with the way the city center is shaping up and how effectively the residents' money is being utilized. It's a nice building for a very, very, very good price, and very, very proud of what so far has come of it. So thank you guys for voting for that. It's important.
Thank you. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our staff for being here late with us. I want to say congratulations to Councilmember-elect MD Nasser. Welcome aboard, it's coming soon. Also, thank you to our Public Works Department for cleaning the Flowers Road sign. Long time coming, but it was just dirty and it's clean and it makes a notable difference. Also, the installation of the light on Homeland Drive, those residents are super happy about that. And then I had a chance to see the Made in Doraville movie documentary last week. Councilwoman Kuntz was there, as well as Carrie Armistead. It touched me. It was a great movie. So if you all get a chance, our chief is actually in it. He's one of the stars of the movie. With a great ending. So if you get a chance to see that, please check it out. And then tomorrow, our Parks and Recs department is doing a food drive with Veranda Apartments, as well as food pantry. What is it called? Thank you. I Care Atlanta. And then on Saturday, DeKalb County is coming right here to City Hall Chambers to do a turkey drive from 11 to 12:30 to 12:30. So come on out, grab a free turkey and some sides. It'll be a great time, and please come on out and support it.
Did they have to sign up or people just show up?
From what I understand, they just show up.
Okay.
While supplies last.
Set up.
First come, first serve.
I'm sorry?
First come, first serve.
First come, first serve. There'll be a shoe vendor here also. So yeah, it's.
So we'll have a line here at 11 o'clock. Right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keynes.
No, while we're talking about things to be grateful for, something I popped up the other day that reminded me of the COVID pandemic. And I don't know about the rest of you guys, but when that pandemic broke out, that was scary. And, I feel blessed that it didn't continue. We didn't know what that virus was going to do. And stuff like that can be uncontrollable. In the past, there's been pandemics that have lasted for 15 years and killed millions and millions of people. And, unfortunately, that COVID did take quite a few people's lives. I lost several friends, but that we're here today now. COVID's still out there, but the strain is much less. People aren't ending up, getting intubated and all that stuff and dying. And I just feel blessed that the world made it through that, and we should be thankful.
All right, great. Well, would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned. Good night, everyone.